So, provided nothing else is broken, we should be in business now. For those who did not see the Blue Sky posts, my headset fell off my desk and apparently more or less snapped in half. Which should not have happened. This was a fairly robustly designed headset, and apparently just decided it wanted to give up the ghost after only a few months of service. So I've cobbled together the remaining bits of multiple old headsets I had that had one issue or another, and I've basically made Franken headset for the time being. I have ordered a replacement, but it's going to take a few days to get here, considering, you know, it's December, and December shipping is a motherfucker. Hence why the cobbled together headset is the option. I did not realize we ended with exactly 5 hours of playtime. That's actually pretty funny to me. And in theory, I fixed the audio issue from last session. Turned out the meters were in fact wrong, because they were lagging out a bit because of a disagreement between my computer, OBS, and the game at the time. That has since been ironed out. So, in theory, you guys should be hearing everything a lot better this time. But let's get back in there and see if I can actually make some ground today. Last time we killed the giant red manta ray thing that was flying around, but we didn't make it through the area it was in. So we'll be seeing about getting through there today, the Imperial Gardens. And I have a trait point to spend as well. Now, it's worth noting, this is a different headset I'm wearing than the one I had that broke. That's still sitting over there in pieces, as I went to fix it, but I didn't have any of the right glue to hand to try to fix it, so that's why the other reassembly occurred instead. Yeah, I sadly can't raise long shot manually. I can only let that raise on its own. We really haven't been having stamina-related issues, so I guess I'll just keep raising health. Because we have been having health-related issues. But yeah, the reason why I bring up the fact that I'm wearing different headphones is I'm going to be hearing things myself differently. Like, right now, actually, everything's weirdly quiet to me. Like, certain sounds are coming through very loud, and some of them are muffled. But this is also a turbo-scuffed setup I've got going on right now. So, if I don't hear something, expect it to be because of that. So I think by now you guys all know that my hearing is usually pretty good. My eyes are usually what fail me. On the bright side, I seem to still be mostly on target. Sadly, so are they. But yeah, the important bit is, let me know if anything is too loud now. Because I mostly bumped up the master volume a step without really changing anything else. I think I bumped up the voices an extra step as well, since those are the important ones. Oh, that's gonna get away and make another one. Nothing to be done about it. Get off my face. Ironically enough, I'm more mentally present today than I was yesterday, so that'll be to my advantage. Because I definitely was out of it yesterday. I didn't realize just how badly out of it I was until after the stream, and I realized some of the stuff I just completely missed doing or didn't think of. And of course, comparing it to today as well really makes it stand out just how not really there I was yesterday. So that one's on me, but it is what it is. Like, I was reasonably on task yesterday, I just wasn't thinking too far beyond what was directly in front of me yesterday. I really gotta stop reflexively reloading this machine gun. Like, I finish firing, so brain goes, reload gun! No, 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 no. But yeah, I may also be speaking louder or differently today compared to normal, because I can hear myself better. So don't be surprised if that sounds a little weird too. I did not change anything as far as the mic goes. I'm just speaking in terms of the way I talk, maybe a little different. Because these are open ear headphones that I'm wearing now, so I hear myself the same as I would if I were just speaking without headphones on, which can be a bit different. And okay, I just died there, and I saw the health bar for Void Maw pop up. I guess Void Maw respawned? Because we definitely killed it last time. Like, we have the corrupted Luminite we got to show that that did happen. I guess even though it's got a boss health bar, it can respawn? That's interesting. It's also something we might be able to leverage to our advantage. Because at the rate I'm having trouble getting through here, there may need to be some chicanery. Let's see if there's anything we can do with that information, actually. Because we got a mutator from it, so I don't think we can make a weapon modification using it. We do have a bit more money now.
How goes it, friend?
Not great, but hopefully you'll be able to fix that. I can keep upgrading the bone saw, though it costs a lot of iron at this point. I don't really feel the best about that. 'Cause I feel like once we're out of this situation, I'm probably gonna be going back to, like, the bow or something anyway. Part of me wants to go back to the Huntmaster, but the Huntmaster just shoots a little too slow for the situations we've been dealing with.
Better be worth my time, traveler.
Well, only you can make it worth the time, because you're the one making the thing I'm bringing you. I may as well grab Astral Burst. I kept not bothering before. Oh, brain. You've gone and done it to yourself again. We're getting a lot of Luminite crystals, so what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to sell a couple of those so I can grab have hot shot. Oh, they actually let you buy those back, so that's good. I'll come back for those later when I have more scrap than I know what to do with then. But the idea is twofold on this one. I grabbed Astral Burst because the pistol kind of needed something. But as soon as I did that, I remembered that I wanted to get hot shot for the machine gun. We'll try out Astral Burst on the pistol. If that doesn't work out, we can always swap Scrap Shot back on, because the slow from that has been very nice. I just think that hot shot will be better for the machine gun overall. And it'll also carry over if I, like, buy the assault rifle or something. The other thing I was considering doing was buying the lever action rifle. Because that would, again, be the middle ground between something like the bow or the Huntmaster and the machine gun we're using right now. I just never pulled the trigger on it because of the fact that it was so similar to the one we started with. Which makes it feel kind of silly. Oh, I did forget to do one thing though, so hold that thought a second, y'all. Close that so it doesn't cause the CPU to go nuts. Realized I had left Steam open, which I do not need while I'm running a Game Pass game. Yeah, hot shot definitely works. Works for this gun. Lasts a good while, too. And we stack up a lot of fire. We all know I like fire. I like burning things. Pop those before I need to worry about them. Nope, not enough to get fired up again. Come on out. Initially, I thought there was more of a difference between these things that grab me and those little ones, but no, they are the exact same thing, I think. Just one's larger than the other. You know what? Okay, that works. Not as weak as it initially looked with initial advertising. But I should know by now that usually those things are nowhere the rate that it says they are. Better or worse. And we've already got most of that luminite that we spent back, so that's the good news. The main reason I'm even considering subbing the machine gun back out again so quickly is this reload time is a killer. Like, it's definitely gonna have times where I'm gonna want it, and it's gonna be great to use. There's times like this where it's hit or miss whether it's a good idea. Ow.
This ain't looking good.
Because, like, I could also be using my sword more whenever I would end up reloading, but my brain's just not wired into stab thing with sword as much as it otherwise could be. Even realized we didn't end up healing. I thought we did. That almost ended in tragedy then. I also should be using a hunter focus more. Especially since we replaced the ability to see all things that are alive. as well use it here. You know, till we get grabbed. On the bright side, they die when they grab me, so there's that. Where is he? There he is. Ah. I keep not noticing my health bar is the other thing that keeps getting me killed in this game. It's very easy to not notice that your health's getting low. Like, obviously, I can tell I'm getting hit. It'd be pretty stupid if I somehow wasn't noticing getting hit. But I'm not having that same connection between I got hit. My health bar must be getting pretty low by now that I would in a case where it's a little clearer what state your health bar is in, because it's very small and all the way down there at the bottom.
Great. More back.
Unless I'm like fully focused in, I'm frequently not noticing that today. I had the same problem yesterday too. Usually I don't have these issues, so I think I'm just like not fully with it lately, and that's where that problem is coming in. I don't think that's the game's fault, but it is a problem, so I do have to point out that this is a thing that's happening before people are wondering like, why is this idiot not healing when he needs to? It's like half the time I don't realize I need to. And the other half is I just don't get a chance to. Like, situations like this happen where you can't do a damn thing. Because every time you come out of your stun state and try to push anything back off of you, you're just SOL. It's times like this I wish I enjoyed using shotguns, because I feel like this is a situation where a shotgun would shine. But I just don't like shotguns. But a shotgun definitely would solve the problem I'm having, I think. Because it would reload quick enough and still be good for these times where I'm getting buried in crap. So, I will say, in a weird way, I'm having more trouble than when I was using the bow, and I think that's because the enemies weren't detecting me the same way when I used the bow, because they, you know, the bow doesn't make much noise. Compared to crazy man running around with machine going everywhere he goes. I love the fact that that removes range limitations, more or less. That is so nice. It wore off, though.
Yeah, I've got enough of that.
We really don't have enough of that. We need more. We need more ammo. But we can't carry more ammo. Please jump. Thank you.
Here they come.
Thank you for volunteering for your own mugging by teleporting in next to the guy with the machine gun. Much appreciated. I really was hoping I could clear that jump, but that looks physically impossible. So let's just not test that theory, shall we? We've been having enough problems without toying with the laws of physics more than I have to. Ow. Like, you would think I'd be getting used to the kind of damage things around here deal and all of that good stuff, which I like to think I usually am pretty good about, but for some reason around here in particular, I'm having a real hard time getting an accurate judgment of the damage I'm taking without actually being able to see the meter the entire time. Because, like, I don't feel like I should have lost my entire health bar again in this situation, for example. But if I look down, I notice I did, in fact, lose all of that all over again. So I think that was a case of I took more hits than I realized. Which, that is a bit of an issue I've been noticing with this, is sometimes you can take multiple hits while you're in the same, like, stun state, for lack of a better way of putting it.
All right, come and get some.
That's why I attacked them from down here, was to hopefully bait the teleporting ones into a better position for me to kill them. It didn't entirely work out. And if people are wondering why I'm ducking, the machine gun spread actually shrinks when you duck. I noticed that last time. So I've been trying to leverage that to make sure the machine gun actually works better. So in this case, let's just deal with those that way. I thought there was going to be more of them, which is why I did that. You notice Hunter's Focus makes the machine gun a lot more effective. Oh, that's bad timing. For you. Burn for your sins, you bastard. I have no healing left, so we're in trouble one way or the other here. This is the problem I'm running into, is I just keep getting whittled down trying to make any kind of forward progress here. This place is too damn big. Way too crammed with enemies. At least for my capacity to deal with. Like, it almost feels like the only play is to just start running through, but that's not really going to work out in my favor either. Because they're going to outpace me. So I can't exactly just, like, juke my way to victory. Though I can't help but feel that we're running out of map to look at, too. Aside from somehow getting inside there, which we haven't figured out how to open that door. Like, presumably we have to get there. But getting there is such a son of a bitch. Like, I'm gonna go back to plan A for a moment here. And it might not work. But I'm hoping by just not being noticed, we might be able to get further. Now that I've got a better feel for how to deal with the enemies here and how to move around in this area. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if this is just a case of this was scaled for multiplayer. So I'm gonna have a hard time doing this alone. Especially with what I've chosen to use. Because I absolutely could have picked a build that would solo better. Like, 100%. I wouldn't even factor that as a question. Because to backtrack something I said yesterday, hindsight being 2020, I think the medic would actually be soloing better because of its ability to heal itself. And now that we've seen how effective the machine gun is, and the fact you do actually start with it, I have less concerns about how effective it would have been. Would it have been interesting? Not especially. And I do still stand by that line of thought. Not that my hunting abilities have been super interesting, but the range extension has been a godsend. So I don't regret that aspect of things. We do seem to be moving forward better because I don't have to sit there and hold fire on a target. I just snap, shoot, dead. The game doesn't have time to get mad at me and start sending armies of specials after me. It is still getting mad, though. I hear the special. Where? There it goes.
Yeah.
Let's see, we're almost back to where we died, and I haven't even used a single heal yet. So I made a bad judgment thinking I needed the machine gun for getting through here. Though I will say one thing in the machine gun's favor, and that's without the machine gun, I don't think we would have downed the big manta ray thing. I think that was necessary for getting that done. If for nothing else but the fact that it put me onto the idea of using the hunter vision thing. In the way that I've ended up using it. Which, admittedly, the hunter distance sight thing doesn't help the bow. Get off of me! You cheap son of a bitch. This is a problem. This is a situation where the machine gun would kind of be necessary. There's just fucking too many of them spawned in one place. It's like when they stay at range, they're easy. It's when they start just zipping up and slapping you that they really become problematic. Yep. Oh look, you're stuck in place for a second. Here, have a special. Woof.
That was rough.
See, as soon as I'm forced to stand and fight, I am in trouble. Which really shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. Disagree. Where the hell did that one come from? Yep. That's the other thing, is sometimes I swear there's just a bunch of them hidden in every crack and crevice and they just pour out of the ether onto my goddamn head. Like, I assume they were aggroed by me shooting one of the ones I shot, but I genuinely didn't see any other ones over there. But suddenly there was like 4 of them behind me. And I'm not annoyed that I don't hear them because they're flying. So it's not like they're gonna make a lot of noise. I accept that. But it's very frustrating to just be swarmed down before you even know what's happening. Oh, great, the wire on this isn't really all there either, I just realized. Joyous day. I just realized I was only getting partial sound on the left. And that's one thing I'll say is take some of my frustration that I'm going to be having today with a grain of salt, because it's more at life right now, just being a pain in the butt, than the game being a problem. The game has its issues, but I'm not actually upset with the game, and I'm not blaming the game for much. Just annoyed because stupid shit keeps going wrong left and right. Of course, you know, this guy's pissing me off because I don't have any idea where he actually is. Oh, there he is. And what do you know? He's teleporting. Yay. Die.
Whoa. It's over.
Like, it is satisfying just one-shotting everything, but boy, does this have its limitations, as we've already discovered. And even the service pistol really just doesn't feel like it's doing enough. I keep losing track of where I am because we've walked this path so many goddamn times at this point. And it all really blends together out here. I actually have less trouble telling where I am in a goddamn cave. Get off of me. Yeah, sure, that didn't count. Yep. Didn't need that shot to count. Nope. Fuck you. Boy. We've definitely replaced all of our luminite at this point. Which is why I wasn't worried about it, because this game really does love to sick its specials on you. Ooh, just on a whim. Stop it. I guess there's another one somewhere. Oh, yay, more of them. Like, the only time I really hear these guys is when they shoot. Which is, again, what makes when they just float up to you and start slapping the shit out of you more of a problem. Really doing this again? You and your fucking timing. No. You will not escape. Done for the second. Can I think for literally a moment here? Yes. Good. Let's not screw this one up and shoot the correct one first this time. Or, you know, he just didn't die. I guess maybe a tendril of the other one got in the way. I don't know. He's dead anyway. And this time we don't have a random batch just floating up behind me to ruin my day. Oh wait, there they are. What do you know? Fucking... I hate being right. Where did you even...
That's it.
I mean, I know those teleport, but still, it's like, where? Why? Fuck you in particular. I'm guessing the, like, very most edge of that wall keeps catching those arrows. And of course I can't climb on that, because God forbid they want me to be able to see anything. They want me to walk through this grass and end up right on top of all these bastards. Joke's on you, I pay attention. Finally making forward progress again. After what feels like forever. You and your magic pixel. Where? Why? Could you not? Personal space, please. I'm in Netley.
That's it. For now.
No, it isn't. It's never just that. There's one of those, and there's one of those. Huh. He just didn't animate at that distance. Hello. Die. It's doing that thing again where it got quiet. I don't like that. Like, it's kind of wild to me how much trouble we've had here in the Imperial Gardens when we have not walled this hard anywhere else. This place just has been kicking my ass. Consistently. Okay. I was kind of worried that it was a pressure plate for a trap, not a pressure plate for an elevator. Because, you know, just one more fuck you. Slayer's Crest. That sounds like something I want. That, however, is something I don't want. Y'all made the mistake of only having one way to come at me from, so... I did not want to touch the elevator again, but I guess we're going back down. Let's do. Oh joy. Backstab damage. Because that's what I need. I mean, I have stealth. So, it's not the worst thing, but it's just like, this doesn't really help me. Using it to check for more enemies in the area. Well, looks like we're clear. I think that batch was just all that was nearby. At least within my reasonable range of sight. Bandage and some more. Bunch more iron. Okay. But we finally managed to get out of the stuck point, I guess. Because there's a checkpoint there. Time to find a whole new way to die. Because with it being a mini checkpoint, I'm assuming there's gonna be a boss nearby. Or something awful's gonna happen here. Oh. Since I got a bow, the high ground seems like the way to go. Ooh, shiny things. Lots of shiny things. Hey, a replacement for a basic bitch sword. Yeah, that seems like the sword for me. The stagger damage being lower is not great, but better damage and good weak spot damage. Which is a little crazy to me that a melee weapon has weak spot damage, but I'm sure you can hit a weak point with a melee weapon in this game. Thought I saw movement over there, but I think it's not, like, enemy movement. I think it's just, like, leaves and shit starting around.
All right, come and get some.
Get assassinated, punk.
Oh, bag's full.
I really think you could still fit another box of bullets in your pocket, man, but, you know, you do you, I guess. Are they really expecting me to be needing forged iron already? I guess if you, like, dedicated all of your upgrades to one thing, you'd probably hit forged iron levels by now. So that might also be part of why I'm having trouble, is the fact that I keep splitting in so many directions. As I do. And I always say that that's going to get me in trouble, and then I do it anyway. Because, you know, just because I know better doesn't mean I'm not going to do it. Fuck you and the horse you rode in on. I was ready for you.
Here we go.
Okay, that's a puzzle. We'll get to that in a second. Oh, it's gonna be one of those puzzles. Okay. You just gotta line everything up. Making sure the area is safe first. Last thing I need is wandering monsters to fuck with me while I'm trying to solve that. Aha! There's another one of those symbol plinths. They did not appreciate my actions here today. And honestly, I can understand that. Enough out of both of you. Appreciate it, Tiny. I know you've got your own things going. Nope, nothing but purple. Purple as far as the eye can see. Still don't know what to deal with these. Let's not try that way, shall we? Let's go the proper way. Oh, there's something purple underneath there. This, I presume, is the door we were looking at before. Yep, sure is. So that's good. Now for puzzle solving, then. Now, I say puzzle solving, but let's be real, this one's not really going to be that complicated. Wait. It's literally... Wait. No, there must be something else to it, because... these are all lined up already. These two match. So... what's the problem? I don't know what the puzzle here is. Do I just... Yeah, I can't just activate the plinth. That is incorrect. So I must be missing something. Because the one that's sunk into the ground has them all matching. So I can't use this as a hint stone towards what I'm supposed to be doing. Because apparently what I'm supposed to be doing is already done. And I don't recall seeing anything telling us a solution. There's gotta be a solution somewhere. The other answer is I just start spinning things and hoping for the best. Which admittedly worked out for the last puzzle, so you know, we got that, but... You would think there would have been a book or something around here. So there is this still, so maybe there's information over here pertaining to this up here. So I guess let's go take a look at that and hope for the best. Not that way, though. In the end, we at least have the full-size checkpoint nearby again now. Let's not touch that and make more monsters. We're in decent enough shape still. Gotta remember that we did see a big boy right in front of the doors to this area down here. I hear the bad. Oh, for fuck's sake. I'll deal with that in a second. I'll explain what I'm talking about when I'm done nearly dying. Okay, he will just drop those on his own head. Good for him. Think he died? But yeah, right as those guys spawned, I saw something happen in my peripheral vision. That's because my YouTube ad block thing for Chrome decided to update and decided to open a new tab to tell me about that. Completely blocking my ability to see my dashboard until I went and closed that. So, you know, that's great. Today really is just one of those days where a bunch of little things are just gonna try to piss me off. Like, I can't even say that there's anything majorly bad. It's just like, why? Life, why? Anyway. Yep, there's the one that was in front of the doorway that I was talking about. Backing up. Here, you want some of this? Oh, that's right, you didn't like that, huh? What a shame. Fuck you. What were you guarding? Another one of these. So we saw a smiley face, one of these, and whatever the other one is. I should probably take pictures of these then. Because presumably these are important, since we've been finding them all around the area. Get a picture of that one. The other one's nearby, and I remember seeing the smiley face looking one, because I remember commenting on it yesterday, and being slightly annoyed that I went through hell and then just find a stupid looking smiley face stone, just going nah nah. Up you get, lazy bones. Come on. It's not that bad a climb. Come on. And then there's this one. But what does it mean? That's the thing I'm still not getting. Like, the meaning of these eludes me. Is clearly they're meant to be like the symbols you need to worry about on the spinner, presumably, but the connection between those 2 points is what's currently not firing in my brain yet. So I think I need to just go back and look at the spinner again. Assuming I didn't miss one of these somewhere. Because there may very well be like another one in that maze that we came out of initially that I'm forgetting about. Now, the most important question is, do I have any idea what I'm talking about? And the answer may surprise you, when the best I can say is maybe. Making sure there wasn't one tucked in this corner. I'll top up my health just to be on the safe side. So again, worst case, the checkpoint's not far. Neither of the checkpoints are far. So... let's see. There's the smiley face looking thing. There's the one we just saw. There's the one we saw before that. And then I think the other one was that? You know, the only one I don't have a picture of is the one that was over here. So let's go get that one. Because I think that's the one I was just pointing at, the like plinth looking thing. No, it was the round one. Okay. So, picture of that. Now, unfortunately, this still leaves us with the very important question of, what does it mean? Is to take stock of what we know. We know that we have this symbol, this symbol, and this symbol in the area. Because we've seen the stones for those. The problem is, A, the other stones could be around and this could be completely irrelevant. B, what does having those symbols mean? And the only thing I can think of Yep, that's exactly what that is. Okay. That's the code. The 4 stones you have is the 4 digits of the code. Now, the problem is, I don't remember what order I saw these in, and I don't know what order it wants them in. It could be the first ones on the inside, or it could be the first ones on the outside. I'm gonna go with the logic of first inside, which means it should be something on the order of this. Bingo. Figured it out. Because more often than not, puzzles go from the inside out with that kind of radial puzzle. So that's where I got the logic for that from. And it was mostly just memory from there. Ooh, the crossbow. I used a crossbow a bunch in the first game, so I'm up for that. Bull serum. Now, admittedly, I don't think that's worth going through all of the hell we've been through so far. Especially since I want to say it was actually a special crossbow I'd used more. But, you know, a crossbow is still good. Why are, like, a bunch of dogs in the neighborhood losing their shit now? For fuck's sake. That's gonna bother me if I don't go look, so hold that thought a second, y'all. I'll be right back. The curse of being able to hear things outside of my headphones better because these are open ear. Damn it. It's gonna be one of those days. It really is. Got up to check that. It was just somebody walking their dog in the rain, pissing off all of the neighborhood dogs. And then I banged my damn knee on the desk on the way back. It just really is just one of those days. Universe is just sitting there going, nah, 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 the whole way. I'm not sure I have any reason to use the crossbow over the Sagittarius, aside from the crossbow can have a modification. Hey, Evo. Well, welcome to the universe, thumbing its nose at me today. Hunter. At least that's what I'm using right now. I am realizing some problems with being the hunter. Yeah, I ended up finding both a bow and a crossbow from some puzzles along the way. Nothing major, just a lot of nuisance moments. Like a broken headset when I woke up this morning, banged my knee on my desk after checking on something that turned out to be completely pointless. Just things like that. It's just one of those things. The good old standard of life decides to be a pain in the ass today. Problems. Well, I did play for like 5 hours yesterday. Though I will say your class levels up rather quickly. Like, the level rate's really not been an issue. It does get a little mob spammy so far from what I've been seeing in this area in particular. Yeah, this is a secondary file I made for stream, so I still have one that's at the start, so we can do that when you're up for it. I'm trying to figure out, though, was this place literally just for the crossbow? Oh, and the special mob I killed in here? I guess so, because there's nothing else left here. Well, that's kind of sad. Like, they've done a lot of things right compared to the first game, but there's a few things that are bugging me with this one still, too. Like, it turns out that the rumors I heard that you can't upgrade armor seem to be true, because I have thus far not been allowed to upgrade armor. Which complicates things a little bit, because it means you're, like, by default more fragile. Because I have not seen another armor set since I started, aside from one weird NPC vendor selling an armor set. And I, of course, couldn't get the armor set because it was a unique currency armor set. Nor did I particularly want it looking at what it offered, but that's neither here nor there. It still would have been different armor. And I did learn that the guy that gives you your starting gun also sells everybody else's starting weapons and all kinds of other guns for a reasonable price. So you don't really need to worry about being pigeonholed as far as your starting weapon goes. So that's been nice. Though it does kind of take some of the exploration out a little bit when you can just buy a ton of different weapons. Because it's like, well, I could go digging around in random dungeons to find guns, or I could just buy a gun that suits my purposes just fine. And for like 1,000 scrap. It's a little weird. Do I really want to walk back through this place? And I guess I have to, because I need to get over there. Or do I? Wait, no, this is where I need to get to, over here. Because there was a door here that we couldn't get through. Right. And for those that weren't here last time, the reason why I don't want to go back through here is there's a bunch of rolling enemies here and they're annoying. And flyers. But there's these purple things that give you Blood Moon Essence, which is towards the armor set I was talking about. Ow. Ow, ow. Everything sucks here. I would like to leave. Hate it here. Really hate it here. Have I mentioned that this area sucks? Because boy, this area sucks. Like, this is why I didn't want to come back in here, but I have to go back through here to get to where I'm going. Like, welcome to Spamville. Population way too much crap.
Here they come.
I was hoping to just zip through here, but I'm gonna have to take it slow because they're just gonna keep spawning more and more crap around here. Regardless. It's like, it's not even that these things are durable or anything. There's just so many of them. Actually, on that note, give me my machine gun. Fuck you. This is what I bought the machine gun for, was for stupid areas like this. Not that it's going to be a perfect solution because, you know, enjoy getting stun locked by bastards like this instead, but... There we go. That's him dealt with. Notice how we just went through that, and yet here comes some more. This is why I'm annoyed with this area. But Void Maw again. Wait, I killed you. Why does it keep spawning everywhere now? Oh! Apparently that's Void... What? I don't understand. So that's also a thing that happens sometimes, is things I don't understand just kill me. So that's upsetting.
All right, let's do this.
Well, I'm glad you did. So I am very, very tired of this section of the game. Like, not the jungle planet, just this specific zone. It is just so tiresome dealing with endless rolly ball. It's not like I can ignore them, because they do just enough damage to be a problem. Like, even the 2 HP flyers do enough damage to be a problem around here. And it took me a while to figure out that those things even exist with the rate they just fly through, hit you, and vanish into the ether somewhere. Fuck you.
Looks like I'm full up.
Like, this is just the nuisance capital of the world over here.
Okay, this is it.
Get me the hell out of here. Nope, fuck you. Let's be able to funnel the little shits. Oh, except this thing showed up again. These things are the worst in this part over here, because they just cover your entire staircase in explosives and tell you have fun with that. And then these guys decide to show up. Like, they knew what they were doing when they made this area, and they knew how much they were gonna piss off everyone. to deal with this. Right.
Bag's full.
Like, some designer out there's just laughing to themselves, picturing all of the frustration people must be having walking through this thicket. This thicket is the worst. And now I never need to enter that section ever again, hopefully, because I have checkpoints past it in both directions. Let's get the bow back out until we prove otherwise. Oh, it's more of you. Okay. Not ideal, but I'd rather deal with these than Roly Boys. This is when I find out that this place has both, and I just am sad. And for those that haven't seen why I don't like those yet, you've already seen one example, the fact that they teleport with the blue ones. And their shots aren't bad. It's when they run up on you, or more accurately, float up on you and start slapping the shit out of you, picking you up, and trying to throw you around, and just generally be annoying. That's where I start drawing the line with those things. Dealing with them at range is fine. There's also some deer. Thank you for the follow, Whimsy. Hope you're doing well. Ah, that's why. Thank you for the raid, Pixie. How was your stream? Welcome in, everybody. Let me get you shouted out there, Pixie. What were you up to today? Ah, Tunic. I keep hearing good things about that, and I've never actually ended up playing it. Howdy, no. Welcome in, Box. How's everybody doing? How goes? Welcome to me getting slightly aggravated with Remnant because I'm in some mildly annoying zones here. Yeah, lot of death, no. Lot of death. We just finally got through the Imperial Gardens at the start here. We walked back through an annoying thicket full of annoying rollerball monsters, and now we're here in the expanding glade.
All right.
It's a fun one. This way people figure out what's going on. And usually people like the way I explain things, because the way I explain things more often than not is only partially accurate. Heard it. Ow. There it is. No. Well, yeah. The only one dying here is you. Goodbye. Give me the book. Yeah, two people sharing the same brain are definitely going to have the same idea. It may seem like I'm taking it slow, that's because I've been very easily getting overwhelmed. I'm enjoying it overall, just these last couple areas have been mildly frustrating with this setup. That's not shocking. Quantity versus sniping tends not to be ideal. Yeah.
This isn't looking good.
That is a question I meant to ask, yes. Which class did you end up getting through with? And was that solo, or did you actually have people with you? Okay. Challenger does seem like one of the more straightforward starts because of all that armor. Some things I enjoy doing that. Games like this, I find it tends to just lead to me dying and having an aggravating time if I go diving into the middle of a mess. Not that this has been working out entirely for me. Get off of my face. Okay, yeah, being paired with a medic with that, yeah. That makes perfect sense at that rate. This has mostly been me testing out the waters and making sure that this works well enough for me. Toolbox. Gimme. Off we go. I will say I'm enjoying the hunter's abilities, just not necessarily enjoying the fragility. There's been plenty of boxes that have had good things, just a lot of them also just have money in them. That's just gonna be the way it'll be. I had a feeling I was gonna find something around this next bend. Yeah, I haven't seen a mutator quite like that yet. The only one I've gotten was one that gives me increasing crit rate the more I hit. Yeah. Which is great for the machine gun I have, not so great for the bow and the pistol as much. Picked that up from killing this weird flying manta ray thing. Oh, I can imagine, considering it has the ability to revive. You basically get a life extension that way. Well, this doesn't seem hazardous at all. Everything's absolutely fine. Yeah, that checks out. And hope. Heard that. missed it. Here more. There they are. Kind of funny. I've been finding a lot of bows and crossbows and things like that aside from weapons I've bought. And of course I found this sword. They've really been giving me exactly what I would want, but it's not exactly been what would be helpful. Though this bow has been a godsend. I will definitely give a lot of credit to this bow. Especially since there's a weird timing shot to this thing where the shot turns purple and apparently does incredible damage. Not that it needs it, considering most things aside from specials die in one hit to it anyway. But it's been very handy for bosses. This is when I get the unique shot off. Not so fussed about the mod on it since it just rains a bunch of shots down. But, you know, never hurts. What's in the box? Ooh, Talisman of the Sun. What does that do? I also need to go back through my relic pieces at some point soon. Increase fire damage. That's definitely better for me, because I don't really apply a ton of status effects, but I do have hot shot on the machine gun that I use now and then. So that at least will have an effect. And I do like fire. Fire is fun. Yeah, for those wondering, this is all I've got at the moment. Crossbow, which we just found in the Imperial Gardens. The Huntmaster we started with, the lever action everybody starts with, and then the machine gun I bought. As far as long guns. Handguns, just bought a service pistol. That's the only replacement for anything. And then the only melee weapon we found the edge of the forest here. Just a few minutes ago. And we have found no new armor, aside from one set I didn't buy. And that basically brings everybody up to speed equipment-wise on where we're at. That just loops me back. That's not a surprise. That entire area was just for that amulet, I guess. So there appears to be something down there, too. If I was brave enough to jump off that ledge to get there. I don't feel like walking back up there for that right now. I may come back for that in the future at some point. Let's see. What's gonna eat me now?
Okay, this is it.
You say that. Ah, there we go. Anybody else? Nope. Very good. Aha! Oh wow, got him by accident. Do 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 do. Ooh. Boink. Vengeance idol, huh? That definitely sounds like something I want. I'm feeling very vengeful today, at the rate things are going. Look here, yo. Everything is fine. I really should actually be upgrading my relic shards and such too, probably. Or more accurately, upgrading that mutator. Speaking of, I said I was going to look at these again, and then I didn't. Because we don't need the weapon spread one unless we're using the machine gun. And half the time when I'm using the machine gun, I use my hunter sight to narrow the field for it anyway. Ranged crit chance is definitely tempting. Revive speed's useless to me when I'm alone. Definitely take fire rate. And I think I'm good with the other two. This. Yes. 30% more damage whenever I'm below half health? Yes, please, considering I am frequently there. I did see a necklace at a shop back where we first entered here that gives you more damage whenever you're under 100% health and makes you attack faster whenever you're below half, and I still need to go back and buy that. Because that's a yes. Like, that's an unquestioned yes. Because it's very rare that I'm not under my 100 health. I take damage on a regular basis.
Here they come.
Like, the first area or so we went through, I basically didn't take damage because I just popped my way through things, but... Oof. And I assume that's not just a jest either. That is them just actually being bad. Because I can see a context for that just being a haha moment, but it really is based on delivery for that one. Delivery and intent. Yeah, that's fair. Because I won't assume malice. I mean, it is funny, to be fair. Like, I cannot say that that is not funny. It is also mean. Like, there's a balance point to that. And if they've got a genuine problem, too, they shouldn't be made fun of for it, but... You know, as long as they laugh, too, then it would be fine either way. But it would have to be them laughing without it actually, like, being, I'm gonna laugh, but ow, it hurts anyway. Okay, so there's another checkpoint. Yeah, that's the other thing. If it's their own mother, then they've got stuff to sort out there. And that's really not up to any of us to sort out. That's something that's gonna be between them to get past. If that leads to... I mean, what I found's been okay. Like, I've got a 10% experience boost. If I don't take damage for a bit, I do extra damage. This one kind of stinks with the melee damage from behind. Flat 7% less. And that's about all I found so far. Yeah, you still only can use one hand for some reason, but at least you're using 4 fingers instead of just, like, the 2. And they still haven't accepted that bling life wearing multiple necklaces yet.
What is it now? Alright then.
I don't think I picked up anything else to make another mod. I got this weird thing, but I'm still not using that. You can also buy the other starting mods too, but I just haven't bought the other ones.
How goes it, friend?
As you can see what I was talking about before, you can only upgrade your weapons But you can just get rid of the upgrades on something that you realize you don't want and get most of what you spent back. So that's nice. So if you level up a dead end, you can just bin it and move on with your life. And you don't lose the weapon either. You get to keep the weapon. So if you decide you want to upgrade it back up later, you can. Which is nice. Like, there's a lot of decisions I approve of with this, and a lot of decisions I'm currently looking at with a raised eyebrow of uncertainty. This is what I was debating buying, is the Wrangler, is it would provide a nice middle point between the bow and the machine gun. But I also don't need that many weapons, technically, but I like having multiple weapons. I like having options. I don't really see a reason to replace the service pistol with any of these. The only one I would probably replace it with would be the Sure Shot, and that would absolutely be a case of I'm gonna get myself killed. Because I would be using 2 single-shot weapons, which would be a terrible idea. The assault rifle I just don't see a reason to use when I have the machine gun. The machine gun I feel does the same job. Like, I could get the Widowmaker as well, but I feel like the Huntmaster and the Widowmaker fulfill the same objective role, but the Huntmaster kind of middle ground's a little better. The Widowmaker would be good if I had multiple people to screen for me while I try to use it. Or I find a way to get very fast reload speed. Thank you for the follow, Peaceful Box. Much appreciated. Hope all's well. I'm just sitting here doing math in my head and debating multiple weapon choices because I feel like spamming piles of weapons into my inventory as I do. Not even looking at the melee weapons, though you have a lot of melee options right out the gate, which I appreciate. Like, I have a great appreciation for the amount of weapons they give you available very early, even if I do question it at the same time. And I'm intrigued by this suppressed pistol, but the fact that it has 8 damage just makes me sad.
Well, good for big game, but not so much what I'm after.
Fine. I couldn't keep resisting the hand cannon.
All right.
God damn it, brain.
Watch yourself, stranger. Load ain't clean yet.
For those that don't know, I like hand cannons. That's like one of the weapons I will reach for every time. Give me a good hand cannon and I'm happy. We'll upgrade that a couple times. I feel like the reload's gonna get me killed, and that's why I didn't buy it immediately. But, well, you know, here we are. I'm falling into the same holes I fall into every time. Oh yeah, and as you can see, when you put the weapon mods on, the weapons become just as ridiculous as they did in the first game. So I love that. I want to see what the crossbow looks like with some of these on it. Just strap some batteries on and some coils, you know, everything'll be fine. Nothing bad will happen with that. Yeah, that checks out. And that's basically the same. Okay. Mild sad, but expected. And put this back on there. I do like you don't have to equip the weapons to put these on them now. I'm actually going to leave momentum on there. I thought I could have the same mutator on multiple weapons at the same time. Turns out you can't. It's also worth noting, for those that don't know, each archetype starts with a special trait specific to them. Like, I get an extension on my weapon range as a hunter, which has been very nice for weapons like the machine gun, whose fall-off range is not great. And I like to play far out. But everybody seems to start with these four otherwise. But the thing about your archetype trait is it goes up with your archetype level. You can't actually put trait points into it. That made me sad, because otherwise Longshot would have been maxed out already. So I would have just cranked that and not thought about it any further. Do I have my other ability yet? I do not. I started with this one that lets me mark everything within 35 meters of me, which is very nice, because it also gives you boosted damage. But this one's been very good for the machine gun, because it narrows the sights down on the machine gun, basically to the point where you don't have any accuracy to worry about. I am curious about the secondary archetypes, but I assume I have to get there eventually first. So that brings anybody that hasn't seen this game up to speed on the town situation at the moment. So that's basically everything you can do in town, and that I know of. Oh yeah, there's also this guy that I almost forgot about, which was half the reason I came back.
Not yet harmed this one. Good.
This pan over here
That the Ahane would keep for themselves.
lets you work on your relics. Because you can actually just buy mutators from him, which I kept meaning to do, but I never had enough relic dust to do. So this should actually be a game changer for me, as soon as I figure out which one I actually want. Because this is the shield Pixie was talking about, I presume. Which does seem really good if you're going to get in there with melee. Slayer seems pretty good for some weapons. Nice if you've got a lot of status effects, but doesn't help me. The weak spot damage one is tempting, but I feel like it doesn't actually help. I am going to grab Deadly Calm, because I spend a lot of time with the bow up in aiming mode, so we can make the range damage go up on that. Okay, so the Corrupted Luminite's what upgrades mutators. Okay. We won't upgrade either of those yet, because I'm not massively excited about either of those at the moment. But now I've got a meaningful modifier for that one. I'm just going to quickly pop back over to the guy that gave us our archetype in the first place, because I'm curious to see if he's got anything to offer, because I never checked in with him after the first time we talked to him and got our archetype. So while we're here... I went too high.
Traveler.
Ah,
They
he
don't
can
mind
craft
when I
things.
help you, but it is the role I must play.
Ah, he's the one we upgrade our heart at. Okay. That's gonna be very important to remember. And he can also reset your trait points. He has nothing to buy at the moment. Okay.
Until next time.
So when I eventually get a Simulacrum, which I forgot how you got them in the first game, but presumably that remains true. And I'll worry about that when eventually I find one. But it's good to know that you still can upgrade your heart, because boy, do I need it. Let's see. Here's one that sells. Sell that. I'm just making sure there isn't anybody else that I didn't realize has a function.
Hey, over here.
You met Dale? Dan owes me a rabbit.
I know
Or better
you hear
yet,
me.
a rat.
Get your ass over here.
Well, that's very helpful. Oh, hey, you're not dead. Good for you.
God damn, it is you. The rumors had me thinking I might not ever see you again. They said you ran off with that old Ford fella and disappeared. I ain't seen you since. Where have you been?
There's a lot to unpack with where I've been. I went somewhere else.
I'd have punched you in the gut for a joke like that. But I've heard some weird shit since then. I think even some of that old Kumutsu's tales might be true. Feels like anything can be true here. They even healed my root rot. I tell you what, I might just start believing in fairy tales. Even Santa Claus and Fulton's Blend.
I mean, in a world like this, or at least on one of the worlds, Santa Claus might actually exist.
Yeah, I don't know what's in that stuff Doc Nora gave me, but I ain't felt this good for years. Hell, maybe it was Fulton's Blend.
I was about to make the same joke.
The old ruins around here. Turns out there's still all kinds of useful crap if and you know what you're looking for. And I do. I was just doing what I do to survive, you know. Maybe get some things together for when we moved on, but then you didn't come back. And Bo said folks around here could use this stuff, so I set up shop. So hey, if
Makes
you
sense to
ever
me.
need anything out there in the worlds or whatever, you just let me know. I got all kinds of stuff for trade.
You might actually have what I need then. Well, she's got extra rings. I should have been looking around here sooner. She even sells a simulacrum. Huh. Okay. This would be great if I could guarantee I always hit weak spots, but I've not learned everything's weak spots enough to go for that. That's really good. Engineer heavy weapon. That makes me curious. I presume engineer's another archetype, and we don't have that at the start. I'm sitting on enough of these once again that I'm gonna sell a few of those to have some extra scrap on hand. And it'll be easy to find it in her inventory again later. Twisted Idol does seem like a very useful thing to have, but that's not what I sold those for. What's your deal? You the doctor? Ah, okay. Whispers, got no speech. Got it. Oh, you sell armor! Well, shit. I really should have looked around here sooner. There we go. So if you want any of the other starting armors, they're all here. Or it looks like. There's the Challenger armor, there's the Medic armor. The Handler armor, and then a little bit more besides. Okay. And when you get healed, get haste. Very nice. I assume some of these probably have other bonuses that are not made clear. Like having the whole High Noon set might do something with pistols. But it doesn't look like he's got anything that I'm that crazy about right now. And you have been meaning to come talk to because I assume you'll sell some consumables.
Nora Camarillo. I keep folks alive around here. You know, you're lucky they found you when they did. Your friend was pretty bad. I got her just in time.
Pretty much. Any part of your flesh prison breaks down, you come to me. There ain't much I haven't seen before.
That's an interesting turn of phrase for a doctor to be using.
Yeah, that's how my grandpa used to talk. He loved that idea that we're all beautiful souls walking around in dilapidated meat suits.
Can't say that they're wrong.
For it, he'd say, but damn if it isn't hilarious. What you need?
Let's see. Yep, they've got blood roots and... Huh? It's a material. I presume that you would be able to make a mod out of that. Sock that away for the future. Gonna buy a couple of these was the reason I came looking for them.
Need anything? I'm here.
Because I need more healing on hand than just the 3 dragon hearts right now. Keep getting my teeth kicked in too hard. But before I go back to where we were, I want to go make the stop I originally intended to make. And for those wondering, this is how the full map of where we've been looks. This is where we started, and I've kind of run all over the place since then. Chasing what paths are available. But there's a gentleman right back at the beginning that we met when we first arrived here that has something I want. I hope I have enough scrap to buy it. I thought it was 1,000, but I might be remembering wrong. Which, worst case, we'll just sell some stuff we got and come back for it in the future at some point. This guy right here. He's seen better days, but he's still pretty well aware.
How come this forgotten won't be obeyed? With pleasure, for what gifts it takes are balanced by its gift in return.
Because he has this one. Gain 20% to all damage when health is below 100%. Gain haste when below 50% health. I saw that and immediately went grabby hands, but didn't have the money for it. This one I don't know how to feel about. It keeps you from healing above half health, but reduces all damage by 15%. And then you just don't get root rot. Which wouldn't be bad, but not something I'm going out of my way for. We came here for Death's Embrace.
May it be a comfort to the Baxotech, and may its own small offering set the stone more deeply in her soil.
Much appreciated. Because I feel like that is going to be a very helpful amulet to me for the duration. Like, I don't even know if I'm ever going to put on a different one unless I find something ridiculous. Is basic 20% more damage at all times as soon as I get touched by anything. Just seems like a winner to me. I can't argue with that. Okay. So now we're here. Unfortunately, I can't actually go back to the small checkpoint, which is something I've... Actually, can't I? I could have swore I could. Or is it because I went somewhere else since then that it screwed that up? Yeah, it's because I went somewhere else first. Oh well. We can walk back, it's fine. What we picked up is worth it. Let's give this hand cannon a test drive. It's definitely satisfying. Not like resoundingly effective at the moment. But I'm also not hitting weak points. I get greater satisfaction using this than the service pistol, but I feel like the service pistol might be more effective overall at the moment. Another upgrade or two, and I think this thing will be fine, though. Enough out of you. Alright then. Just put a stop to that before that's a problem. Look at him go. I hear them. The follow-up shots keep missing, which makes me slightly sad, but that's something I need to adjust for. Oh my me, there's so many of you. Oh, thanks for the haste, I guess. Ow. Get off of my head. I need that. You, however, don't anymore. Okay. So that very nearly ended in tragedy. You cheeky bugger. That's what you get. Off the cliff with you. No one needs to see that. That's not precariously placed at all. It's a pity you can't actually climb higher there. While I'm walking back through here, I could always go over there and go get whatever's down there. You know, since we're here. Not really the way I intended to be doing that, but you know what? We are, in fact, here. So, suppose I should. I say knowing full well that this might come back to bite me, but, you know. How often do I make choices that don't come back to bite me? I'll give you a hint. It's about as often as I hit that guy. Which is to say greater than 50% of the time. It's good that I can destroy the projectile, the blue ones, by killing them. It's actually very helpful. So I need to cross the jumping path here. And then I can get to where I want to be, it looks like. Means I went the wrong way. But I think I can go this way and get there too. Or he can just hit an invisible wall? Okay. We made that exact same jump before, didn't we? Or did I somehow go backwards and ended up trying to jump higher than I'm supposed to?
Okay, this is
I
it.
genuinely might have done that. It's really hard to say. This bow is my favorite thing, 'cause it just makes them go ding, ding, dead. Oh, that's where you went.
Empty.
You knew I was here. Good for you. Yeah, I'm way out of range. But he died anyway. I get a certain satisfaction of hitting those from all the way over here. Especially when they get confused. Because you're so far away that the game doesn't understand how to tell them what's happening. Oh, ow, wow, they actually hit really hard if you get in their way. Wow. Rude deer. Very rude deer. I just wanted to get a good look at them. It ran my ass over. Today I learned, don't get between deer and their exit. A lesson I learned a long time ago in a very different way. Ow. Where, what, you? And you, and you, and you, and you, for extra measure. Of course you got your shot off. Ow. Speaking of, get off of me. Oy, oy. So everything's going great. At half health, I've already spent most of my dragon hearts. You know, nothing can possibly go wrong at this point. Oh, you teleported real far, didn't you? Just to die.
Shit.
Okay, let's look at that pathing a little smarter this time, shall we? Yeah, the easy way to get to where I want to be looks to be actually to have taken a right turn here. And then we can, I assume, jump across that. But, maybe not. That looks a little iffy. But I feel like that's where we went in the first place. Because I don't know how else we would have gotten up here. Now that I look at the map a bit better. Which I like this 3D map that they give you for this one. It's very helpful. As long as you know how to read it. Which I have worked with so many worse 3D maps at this point that I'm like, nope, this is fine. I can figure that out in seconds. Yeah, this is where I missed my turn. Yeah. For what it's worth, I'm assuming I wasn't the only one fully expecting me to have fallen to my death when I went hi-ya jumping across that pit. Because boy did I expect to somehow miss that jump. When I just wung it across there, like, yeah, this'll go fine. Hi, I'm behind you. It's nice when you can give the monsters the jump scare for a change. Place your bets. Is this going to be worth it? Signs are currently pointing to maybe. Ooh, a door. Odds are going up. Odds are very much going up. The relic dust is nice, but a door might lead to something nicer. In this case, it appears that it led back out. Which makes me slightly sad. I was kind of hoping it would lead to further treasures. Just in case there's anything else over here. Since my map doesn't show it all yet. And, you know, just to make sure the map is covered. Because if I leave red there and I come back to explore at some future point, I'm going to end up wasting my time walking all the way back down there. Just to make sure that there's not something there. Okay, so that's all accounted for now. And basically all we got was some money and some dust. Can't say I'm surprised, and I'm definitely going to file that under that wasn't worth dying for. But at least dying doesn't really cost us anything. Aside from time. And time I have plenty of. So, it ends up mostly working out. I've certainly had worse decisions. I think we went over last time. Let's go under and see if we find something else. Because we've technically explored this area, but we haven't actually been in this part, so there could be things. Like a bench to destroy. No one's allowed to sit. No. No comfort in this world. Ah, okay. The sprinting attack is why I got the spin.
Okay, this is it.
It almost looks like the sword turns into the bow because they're very similar styles because we found them in the same place. Ow. No. None of that, sir. Or yo. None of any of yo. I heard that. Ah, it's you. No, 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 no. You got a stay of execution because I didn't want to fall off the ledge shooting you. Nom nom nom. Probably didn't even need to use that because the checkpoint's not far, but I didn't want to have something stupid happen right as I get to the checkpoint. Hey look, something stupid's happening. I hate being right. Because that would have damn near killed me if I hadn't healed.
Is it over?
So one fumble would have led to death. And for all those new, yeah, I hate being right has basically become my catchphrase because I very frequently am right about things I really wish I wasn't. Hi. So it's an archery duel you want? Well, so be it. I accept your challenge. Whoa. Oh, you throw that and that's how you travel, huh? Interesting. Well, gotta love the fact that he takes his sweet time healing, don't you? So I pressed that well early and he's just like, I'm gonna think about this dragon heart. Like, that is always frustrating. Like, I get that they do that for balance reasons, but just, it's so annoying when you just really need him to just heal. I wish my bow could do that. Then again, yours draws faster, too. What? Nope. Nope, 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 nope. I don't know what those are gonna do, but no. Let's not and say we did, shall we? Health. God damn it. Like, their shots are timed just right, so it takes me just ever so slightly too long to line up myself. And that's mostly my own fault, because I take my time a little too much aiming. I still don't know what those do, and I still have no intention of finding out. Oh, I guess I'm finding out. They spawn monsters. Good. Good. Because, you know, that's what he needed, was some help. Why did none of that... Whatever, game. Gotcha. I'm still the better archer.
can't believe I killed that thing.
I can. I shot it in the face. It's real easy to believe when something dies from being shot in the face.
Pretty sure that thing would be dead if she did.
Okay. What's in the box? Another bright stone. I know I should be throwing those as grenades, but I really don't know how effective they are, so I keep ending up not using them, expecting them not to be very effective. So I'm just kind of in this wondering loop constantly. Because I don't really want to throw one to test it, because then I waste it, basically. But if I use it somewhere where I feel like I need it, I'm probably going to be disappointed by the results, and I'm just in a thought loop on that and never end up using them. I think we've all been there for that one before. It's like, well, what if I need it someday? It's the elixir effect. Oh, great. Well, at least it spat us out over here, where that NPC and that door and all that were. We're gonna be back in the Faithless Thicket. Let's put the bow away for now. Is the tree the NPC? Because the marker's where the tree is. Oh, hi. Hello, tree spirit. How you doing?
What summons me from my ethereal wanderings? Nuzar. What kind of beast is this?
I definitely am the confused kind, yeah, but let's be nice for the moment.
Paxel Tech. I can share my wanderings with you, but first, I seek the knowing, the truth of nature held within your ark. You want to answer? So I will ask. Answer these questions true, sweet beast, so that your ark may be known and your eye may open. And do choose wisely. Answer from your heart.
Answer me these questions 3, then the other side ye see.
The Krell King comes to you for a boon. A twisted fruit that will slay his enemies. By giving him this, you will end a war that has lasted many years, but you will sentence another to certain death. Do you give the king the means to kill his enemies, or do you send them away and risk war?
Ending the war sounds like a great idea, but what stops him using the fruit to kill me? So, they're missing mystery answer C. Why not use the fruit to kill him? Because without the Krell King, there wouldn't be a war anyway. That solves the problem. Nah, fuck him. He can figure that out on his own.
Fun this is. Your village suffers from a terrible goon. He beats those weaker than he until they can no longer stand. All who have tried to reason with him have ended up the same way. Do you aid the victims or attempt to destroy the goon? You cannot do both.
Well, if we don't stop him, there'll just be more victims. There's the argument to be made where it makes me no better than him, but that still stops there being more victims. So, I'll take that.
Consider that it is you who discovers the Thane. the tree that offers immortality to all who eat its fruit. You could share this gift with all, but doing so may lead to war and embitterment, to the immortality of those who do not deserve it and will only abuse eternal life. Or you could limit immortality to the deserving, and thus, through the deserving, bring a better life for all. Do you give immortality to all, or only a chosen few?
The problem with that is, how do you determine who deserves the gift of eternal life? Like, their point is fair as far as there being war and bullshit if you give everybody eternal life. Because there's going to be a lot of people that'll abuse immortality. But what they're not pointing out with the everybody having immortality thing is, if everyone is immortal, what's the point to immortality? And where's the cutoff? Do future generations also get that immortality? Would there even be future generations? Like, there's a lot to unpack in the potentials of that. But in the small scale, it's probably better to only have some be immortal, rather than everyone be immortal. Because, again, if everyone's immortal, dumb shit's going to happen on a constant basis. Not that... I don't like either of these. Honestly, I don't think immortality is a good idea at all. Long life tends to lead to stagnation, and stagnation is not good for a species. Better that only some stagnate rather than all.
Oh, what fun this is! You are part of a group of druids who have been taken hostage by a warlord. One of the warlord's soldiers succumbs to your charms and says he will help you escape. However, the others must be left behind to die, though all have done nothing. Do you abandon your fellow hostages, or do you face death together?
Well, if you face death together, there's no chance of anything being done about the problem. But if one gets away, there's a chance that something could at least be done for vengeance for those who were left behind. Foolishly facing death just in the name of camaraderie and honor is just foolishness.
Fascinating. Two clans have warred for generations. Your matriarch calls for a battle of champions to bring a final end to the bloodshed, and you are chosen to fight.
So I got the short straw. Okay.
Is the eldest but weakest son of your enemy. He offers you no threat, and you best him easily. But you must slay him to end the war. Do you spare the scion of your family foe, or kill him and end the war?
Thank you for the raid, you're right. How was your stream? How you doing? Let me get you a shout out over here while we continue grappling with these moral dilemmas the game has decided to throw at me. There you go. Ah, some Binding of Isaac. How'd that work out for you? And this comes down to yet another choice of, do you spare one or do you spare many? And considering it's the eldest son of my enemy, they still remain attached to my enemy. It's making me make choices. I'm not thinking too hard about a lot of these because I'm betting there's not a point to thinking too hard about it, but I want to reason it out so people understand. But I will be killing the scion of the other family.
You have chosen your path, sweet beast. Your will is strong. The fire of the Ravager's eye glows within you.
Neat. I assume you'd get a different trait depending on what your answers are. Oh yeah, we also got a secondary achievement for obtaining our first non-starter trait.
In the arc of every being, there are two eyes. We may see out of either, but most favor one over the other. The Ravager's eye is dynamic, driven, and endlessly hungry. Yet for all its power, its vision is clouded. The eye of the Ravager rarely sees beyond its own satiation. Like an animal chasing its tail, it knows no rest. The doe's eye sees only what is before it. The gift of the doe is subtle, easily missed. It is a most mysterious presence inside oneself, conferring power without force, just as the doe itself cannot be sought, nor tracked, nor hunted. By answering true, sweet beast, you give me a wink, and now the gifts of your dominant eye will be open to you. Would you care to hear a tale? It is about those who see as you do.
So she views my alignment as that of short-sighted and destructive, which is not entirely inaccurate, but it's an oversimplification. But when you're given a binary choice as far as alignment goes, it's going to be an oversimplification either way. And yeah, I know how you feel with that, you're right, where you just make some simple fumbles and it all starts going sideways. Unavoidable when you're tired. And it, as you said, it's the nature of the beast.
I will tell you the tale of Belgolf, who also saw with the Ravager's eye. Belgolf lived in the era before the Root first bedeviled the pan and nipped at their hairy hooves. Belgolf was Drinkmaster of Flint, a village beyond the hill. One day, when Belgolf was traveling far afield, Flint was raided by bandits. They laid waste to every soul, old and young. Belgolf returned to find everyone he cared for watering the soil with their blood. Well, Belgolf tapped his store of spirit, filling Growler and Jeroboam by the gaggle, and he hoofed himself to my grove. Where lies the bandit's lair? He demanded. His eye was open, and I had no reason to deceive him. At my direction, Belgolf tintinabulated to their den.
Interesting word choices here.
He smashed a jug on his horns and struck Flint with steel, and Belgolf was reborn as a flaming figure of vengeance. He charged into the bandit's lair, hoof over hand, and in his enemy's bosom, the remaining stock of spirit took spark with explosive result. Some consider this a waste of life, for could not Belgolf have travelled elsewhere and rebuilt what he had lost? But I'll tell you this. Flynn's sister village stood free from bandit attacks for many years after that day. Belgolf's blaze of glory saved it. He died with the Ravager's eye open and no mercy in his heart. Terrible waste to drink, though. Is there
God damn it.
anything else? Knowledge of me? Of our wonderful world?
See, there's a nuance to that, though, that's lost yet again because of it being a binary choice. And that is the fact that what of the concept of him just exploding the store of spirit without setting himself on fire? He could have killed them all, achieved his goal, and lived to tell the tale. Because if he had the time to run in there on fire, he clearly would have had the time to have set something far more sensible in place to get the job done. But that's the nature of stories like that, is that they are more grandiose than they need to be, and they also fall short of many sensible decisions that could have been made instead.
You stand before Medra, spirit of the natural world, daughter of stem and stream. My sisters and I are the glorious weavers of all wild beauty. When mountain, spring, and sturdy tree trunk take your breath, sweet beast, that is us. That is our blessing. An immeasurable number. Mother stem and mother stream rely on us to sprawl and grow. Though we don't often commune with beasties such as you. Not in this age. Especially not since what happened to Kaeula.
I can imagine what happened, but tell me anyway.
Tragedy, beast. Tragedy most cruel. Kaeula was fascinated by mortals, by your lives and stories. Unlike most of us, she made herself no secret. And you worshipped her with your short lives. Even built her a house. A temple, you called it.
Yeah, I had a feeling that's where that was
The
going.
root found her there. We godlings are not easily unwoven, however. And it slew her not. But perhaps it would be better if it had. For what remains is no longer the sister I knew.
She was corrupted.
But we hold happy thoughts. Regret only wastes one life with another. Is there something else we can talk about? By day, a dappled glade of emerald branch and golden leaf, carpeted by downy moss. By night, sweet beast, the trees bewitch the lost and inebriated. Or so it was before this age of extermination. How I long to return to play. This age, for me, holds only decay.
So what you're saying is you used to mess with people that walked in here at night. Especially if they were ill-prepared. Yeah, that sounds about right for forest spirits.
Farewell, sweet beast.
I'm gonna be going now. Don't twist the paths on me, please. That would be very unhelpful. What does the thing she gave me do? Increases gray health regeneration. Okay. Gray health being the midpoint between losing your health and having your health as normal. So that might actually be very helpful. I don't know what the other option would have been. But given in how she keeps describing it as mysterious and hard to understand, I wouldn't be surprised if it's something less immediately useful. But overall, probably more powerful. If you know how to use it properly. Or it may just be... oh no, we already have a mod generation thing. Otherwise, I would have said it probably was a mod power or a mod power generation boon. But we already have that natively, so I don't think it would be that. I don't know what the bonus of the dough would have been. Oh well. Questions for the future.
Here we go.
Ah. That's what you saw. Anyway. The hand cannon is making these less of an issue. Because the service pistol used to not quite kill them, which was a nuisance. Which necessitated the bringing of the machine gun. Where did you even come from? I'm starting to wonder if my headset's on backwards. Because they keep sounding like they're coming from one side and then they appear from the opposite direction. But every other sound's been the correct direction. God, he is hard to hit when he's spinning around like that. Ow, ow, ow. There's another one there. Bloody hell. I suppose it's just as well that I didn't end up actually healing before, or when I wanted to. Curiosity's gonna be the death of me. Let's at least touch this door and see if there's a checkpoint on the other side of it this time. Because this one doesn't have the primary objective marker on it, which means this isn't the one I need to go through. There may not be any other paths out of here, so... Oh yeah, that seems great. A place called the Remant sounds like exactly where I want to be. Hold that thought. Now that we both have another convenient checkpoint, and we have a way back there immediately. Once we find any other doors. So I don't have to make the whole run back that we just did earlier in this very same area. The only problem is it did do this, where it respawned all the enemies. Keep that. Yes, it is. I noticed that when I went to start this. I almost actually swapped to playing that instead, if I'm honest. So I was looking forward to playing more of that after the demo. But I opted to wait on that idea. Because the demo didn't run the best for me, so I wanted to check that a little more thoroughly first.
I say you're looking good.
I'm getting chewed to death by flyers. It is upsetting. God damn it. I'm gonna die. I am going to get chipped to death at this rate. Especially since I didn't realize he was reloading at that exact second until too late. Fucking yay. Said it before and I say it again. I don't like this area. Just the constant harassment in here is just so annoying.
Let's do this.
Like, they both want you to take your time and don't want you to take your time in this area, and I've yet to hit the middle ground that they actually want out of you in here. At this point, I just want out of this stupid place. So I end up pushing forward too fast and end up getting screwed. But if you take too long, it just starts spamming you with specials instead, and you just have an awful time anyway.
Crap!
Three of them? Really? You know, maybe if you aimed that weapon with some goddamn importance to it instead of lackadaisical fucking accuracy, you might actually live longer, buddy. Speaking of things I'm tired of, this fucking guy. Because even after it's dead, it's still a nuisance because you gotta wait for all these stupid things to explode. Otherwise, you're just gonna take pointless damage. They really chalked all of the annoying enemies in one area here. And I know I went on the same rant when I was here before, but it's still the same facts, so I'm going to complain about it all over again, unfortunately. Fucking hell. Yeah, because it finally came out on Game Pass, so I didn't have to shell out money for it. I had figured by now you had already played it and been done with it, and you already had a lot of other things you were already doing, Xeno, so I wasn't sure what was going on with that. And until I looked at it, hang on. Let me wait till I'm not being constantly aggravated in this area, and then I will explain my thoughts. Because this place is pissing me off. It is full of the most annoying things. Oh, God. There. Now I can actually think. I also only realized today when I looked at the page again that you can link an Epic account and even the Game Pass version can probably play with the Steam version. That's what I was going to say next. But I kept not being able to finish that thought because there was constant annoying flyers being a pain. I get that. I just wanted it to be clear that I did intend that if it could have worked. Not all of us never sleep there, Evo. Some of us don't have a choice because we can't function otherwise. But I will say, Xeno, I was planning on putting together some multiplayer for this, so we can always get that sorted out. This file I was doing now wasn't intended to be a go all the way through alone idea. This was just testing the waters. Okay, there's a checkpoint, it's just further over. And it's actually back in the Forbidden Grove, which is interesting. Yeah, I figured you did, considering how you felt about the first one. Which is why I'm surprised you hadn't already smashed through the game. So checkpoint's under here. Okay. Aha, our first simulacrum. Ah, right. I really thought that was gonna open, but apparently that's not what that does. Looks like I actually have to go all the way around to get to the checkpoint. In fact, Yeah, that's actually the same checkpoint we came into here in the first place, isn't it? No, it isn't. Is it? 'Cause there's the Twisted Chantry. Both these lead back to the Faithless Thicket. Oh, this was the other side of the mechanism we were trying to activate to make the bridge. Alright, Zeno, sleep well. You too. So I guess there's no way around. I guess... Oh no, down here. Right, because there was that door I found that I couldn't open right next to here. I knew there had to be a way. It'd be insanity for there not to be. Perfect. This connects all of that back up. Let's head over to the Lament and do that first. Okay. So door.
Now what?
Oh, good. It's full of traps. Explains just the name, I guess. What? Oh, good. So it just suddenly starts firing across the whole line once you cross that. Okay. And they're apparently also instant kill, which seems less than great. Also now chosen right now for my left eye to have something in it so I can't see out of my left eye. So hold that thought a second. I need to be able to see properly to deal with this place. Okay. You would think we'd just climb over this, but we can't. Or, you know, go between these bits of stone here. Can't do that either. Did I just happen to wait just long enough that it would flip, or... Because you definitely can't duck under that. That's too low. And this is at the same height. So I don't know if I'm meant to, like, roll with good timing. Okay, no, it isn't covering the whole area. It's just it just switches which side the shots are coming from. Just visual perspective made it look like it covered the whole area when we got shot the first time. Okay. So as soon as you hit that line, it switches which side you're getting shot from. Which I feel like it could have waited till you know, were over that ledge first, and that would have been a bit fairer. I feel like it's a little overkill to just immediately do that to you. Because animation time makes this suck. Like, I don't mind this trap area. I like the idea that there's traps. But, one, them being instant kill traps kinda stinks. And two, the way this is designed really sucks. Just trying to go fast, you get shot. Trying to go slow, you get shot. This really doesn't feel fair. It's like there's pressure plates throughout here, which is what was setting off the trap in the first place. Which if this guy just wasn't an idiot and would actually grab ledges and climb over them, we'd actually be able to just pop through there and not set the pressure plates off in the first place. But no. It doesn't have an upper body unless it holds a gun. Like, it's switching at that exact point is the entire problem with this. I also don't know why there's two pressure plates here. There's no physical way somebody would be able to clear this one. This is not like you can sprint jump in this game or anything that I'm aware of. And it switches sides when you switch directions, too. Because I purposely timed it so it should have been on the other side. But I think I'm fucking with myself on that one a bit because of the fact that it's probably mirroring it rather than keeping it on the side it was on when it flips directions. That's probably what's killing me right now. Oh, you fuckers. Why? Genuine question. Fucking why? Yep, I knew it. I knew they were gonna fuck me. This place really sucks. This really lives up to its name. There's gotta be something goddamn incredible in here. Or this is so totally not worth it. And I'm inclined to believe the latter. It's probably so totally not worth it. But here I am being an idiot anyway. What? So, interesting thing there. Somehow, the arrows on the left shot through me. So I ended up stepping to the right, figuring they shot to the right, as I blinked and missed where the arrows went. And then I stepped to the right and got shot. So something funky happened there. Like, there's no way something funky didn't happen, otherwise I would have been dead before that shot. And the fact that they make you crouch through this really sucks. Probably because people sprinted through the other one. And see, that's the part about this one that I hate. You hit that spot and you're instantly shot. Like, you have no time to react. You basically have to know where that is, I guess, and be rolling already when you get there. Like, just roll to this side and hope that it lets you. Like, that's just really unreasonable. I might be reading it wrong, but the fact that I've gotten shot the same way every time so far makes me disinclined to think that I'm wrong about that. fucked it up that time. Like, this part already isn't great. But the crawling section's even worse. Like, I'm not asking them to give you massive warning on these, but I feel like they are a little too fast for the way your character can move in this game. Oh, hey, what do you know? He automatically stood back up because they left gaps for that exact situation to happen. Thanks, devs. Thanks for being a bunch of bastards about that. Mind you, I was mashing for him to crouch again, but he just wouldn't do it because he's got to finish his whole animation before he'll do anything else. And this is why designing an area like this in a game that has animation priority over movement priority is bad. And again, this would be fine if these weren't instant kill. But some sociopath out there decided making these be instant kill was a good idea. Yep, I fucking knew it. I didn't have a choice, though. If I didn't roll right then and there, I was gonna get shot trying to get out of there. Or because I was in the wrong spot at the wrong time. God, that is so needlessly precise. This is the wrong type of game to have a sequence like this in. Like, I accept the fact that this is optional. I really don't have to be doing this. But I'm more or less at the point where I'm so offended by this being here that I feel compelled to have to beat it. And that's not healthy. Don't get me wrong. That is absolutely not healthy. I also can't help but notice that some of these have gone over my head while I've been crouching, but for some reason in the other part, and even sometimes here, it sometimes hits you, sometimes doesn't. Like, this is so jank on top of that. That's what's bugging me too, I think. Let's be real, it also shot me in the backpack. I'm pretty sure I don't store any vital organs in my backpack. Just a thought. This is also a trap that would be completely defeated if this man would just get fully onto the ground. But no. Gotta do the creeper crouch. Can't do anything else. Just like, for fuck's sake, man. Go prone. Crawl, you fool. Crawling will save your life. Like, look how instantaneous those shots are. And it goes back and forth across the same spot twice. That is so brutal. And now they've trapped the goddamn ledge too. Fuck you. But it doesn't... No, there is shooters back there too. This one is slower. I'll grant that it's slower. I should have waited and tested the timing there, but I didn't want to try my luck continuing to wait any longer because one misstep is death no matter what I do there. So there's 3 cardinal sins as far as this section goes that I have seen this have now. 1, it goes on too long. I think it would have been fine if it was only the 2 trips, the 1 trip down and then the crawling trip back. I would have accepted the crawling path being there if it was just that was the end of it. But the fact that they then take it a 3rd level higher, which you can tell that that's the end. I literally died at the last possible jump to get out of there, which makes it even more infuriating. And then there's this whole sequence after it, so who knows what kind of bullshit they're gonna pull once I get out of that. Like, this is not okay. And there I go, clipping through the arrows again. I wish I knew how I was making that happen so that I could actually do that on command. But I've done the same thing and ended up with different results, so I can't even say... But I, once again, got shot but didn't get shot. I can't even count on them to kill me correctly in here. The mind reels at the situation we have here. So you're saying I walked into the side of the arrow and it killed me? Great, great. I love that. I love it when you die to the side of a projectile. Like, this has just overall been a very frustrating section of the game. And to have it be this annoying early on really makes me worry about what they're gonna do later. And the only reason I haven't filed that under this is going to get bad is because there were a couple very annoying bits at the early parts of the first game as well. And then they weren't that bad aside from 1 or 2 bosses for the rest of the game. So I think it's just a matter of they've placed a few things maybe a little too early again. Or that some of the scaling just goes a little awry. Like, I'm not forgiving this. This instant death trap zone is just not okay. And I don't care if anybody wants to defend it. I am not going to acknowledge any defense on this. Because this is just excessive. And I think the most frustrating part for me on this is this isn't even that complicated. It's just that little bit badly enough timed, though, that makes it harder than it needs to be. And that's what keeps throwing me off. Because I've explained this concept numerous other times, but there are sequences in games that play against the way the game is designed, and this is one of those sequences. This plays contrary to the rest of the game, thus far. And that's what makes this a problem. Is it's contrary to what your character's designed for movement for. Is you're not made to move in ways that make a section like that more reasonable to deal with. Your movement is not especially smooth, your movement is not particularly fast, So you cannot respond if you make a mistake. If you make a mistake, you're basically done. And that's where that becomes a problem. And the fact that this place isn't over after that is also where it gets kind of egregious. Like, if that was the puzzle to get to an item, I'd accept that. But this was just to get into the dungeon. That was just the entrance to a dungeon. That's why it's not okay. This shouldn't be your entry to a dungeon. If for nothing else but the fact that it sets the tone for the rest of the dungeon, that the player's expectation is now that every single corner he walks around could kill him instantly again. And that's just a sour taste for somebody to have. You don't really want to be souring your player expectation like that so quickly and so readily. But I find it hard to believe that there won't just be death traps in this place after the introduction of the place being, oh, hey, look at this instant death trap we've got. You know? Maybe that's just me, but that's just how I look at that. There's a certain comedy to hearing sirens after I say that this is unacceptable. Like, oh, the fun police are here. Ooh, stacking damage. I don't know when I got that. Hi. I will say, at least it's not got the ridiculous enemies going yet. Ooh. Just straight 10% more ranged and melee damage, and if they're not targeting me, it does even more. But I already have a 20% all damage whenever I'm hurt at all, which is like all the time. I think I'll keep what I've got. Because, like, you can still make use of that even when you're alone by virtue of just attacking things from stealth. But that definitely does seem like an item that would be better in multiplayer. Oh, there's the special. And they're really reusing enemies from one of the first sections of this place we went to, too. Which, this is, again, another situation where the overall feel of this dungeon is weird. Because it went from an excessively dangerous death trap at the start of it to being just pleb enemies afterwards. It's weird. I feel like this place was designed by two different people. One person that hated everyone and wanted everyone to suffer, and one person who was making the rest of the dungeons in this game. Like, I'm genuinely confused by how I feel about this place so far. Oh, I don't like that. I think I know what that is, and I don't like that. The reason why I say I think I know what that means is we saw a couple things that looked like symbols similar to the ones on those rocks before. And I think the symbols I saw were a map of that. Basically, if you jump on the wrong one, I'm pretty sure it's going to fall out from under you and you're going to die. Or they're just always going to fall and you just have to be fast. That's the other option on that one. Or mystery answer C, they fall in sets and you just have to guesswork your way to not dying. That's also an unfortunate possibility. I don't think it's based on these. It might be. Just where I saw some symbols. I mean, I guess we could just try it. Worst case, we die. No, actually, on the note of worst case, we die, which is another offense by this... Oh, no, we turned off the trap already. It's fine. I was gonna say, which is another problem, that they had the checkpoint be before the trap, so if you die, you have to deal with the trap again. You can also just overjump. Great. Great. Love that. Love that. That's a great thing. Oh, I am getting annoyed. Like, I'd already cooled off about the trap in terms of actually being frustrated. But boy, my overall feel of this dungeon is I hate this dungeon. This is so far 10 out of 10 the worst dungeon in this game so far. Yeah, these are the symbols I saw. Which we've seen these symbols in the Imperial Garden before too. And they pertain to a puzzle there. Though clearly the other thing is just a jumping puzzle, since none of them fell. It's probably just a matter of you have to understand the jumping physics of the game enough to not overjump to your death. Is basically how that rock sequence goes. Which is not great, but you know. At least that's something you can figure out instead of, oh hey, just don't have your finger twitch at the wrong time or you instantly die. Like, there's a time and place for finger twitch danger like that. And it's usually a specific type of game where you twitch your finger wrong, you die. So people know what they're getting into when they go into it. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too harsh. Maybe I'm just getting a little too mad about that because I've been getting annoyed all day. But it just does not seem great. I'm gonna stop ragging on it at this point because it's a waste to continue talking about. Can I reach that one? I can. Yep. Had a feeling I was gonna overjump that one. I should have went for the one in front of it. I'm starting to get a read for the path, but I also feel like if he didn't jump a set distance every goddamn time, that would also be a joke to get through, which is exactly why it's designed the way that it is. Again, they're playing off of the way the game's designed to use it to hurt you. Which I get it, but I also very rarely am a fan of them leveraging their game design decisions to cause you problems. I just don't even care about fighting these guys at this point. I'm just gonna die to falling anyway. Screw you guys, I got better places to be. So I do think the low one is the correct answer. Hiya. Is you then hiya here? Or what? For those wondering, I let go of the controls after he left the ground, purposely so I wouldn't end up triggering a second jump or a roll or anything. He rolled completely of his own volition because of falling a certain amount of distance. So I'm not entirely sure where I'm going wrong at this point. Maybe it's because I'm sprinting into the jumps and they want you to just do standing jumps? But I'm not even sure if those entirely work. But I guess I don't have anything to lose but to try it, yeah? Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me, pardon me. Like, I'll say this, at least they seem to have crammed all of the instant kill into one dungeon so far. So maybe they'll get the instant kill out of their system and we won't have this problem anymore. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, fucking right. I'm sorry? So was I right the first time that there's a hidden path? Well, it's not there. I need to go back and do that again. I need to see if I broke something or if there's a hidden path. If I can just walk across that spot, that means there's a hidden road you're supposed to be using. Which means that that's actually a puzzle, which means there's actually a solution somewhere. And then I will forgive them as far as that design goes. But I was just walking on sunshine for a minute there. I don't know what happened. Because I purposely pressed roll, which is also the jump button when you're near a ledge. And I assume it didn't treat it as a ledge because there was the hidden path there. So he didn't jump, and he instead rolled. We'll find out. It would also explain why that's the one that's at the perfect height for where we are. So if I just walk forward... Yeah, no, there's a path. Okay. Okay. Not a path there. It'd be nice if the checkpoint was a little closer to this, though. It's a little bit of a hike. But they also probably don't intend you to be just pitching your body into the hole to brute force this. So that's also fair. But the thing is, all the rest of them are at different heights, so... I don't think there's a hidden path through all of it. I think the path there is to teach you that you don't need to run and jump to the ones you need to get to. Necessarily. I might be 5D chessing what they're trying to tell me here. I might be way thinking past what they intended. But more often than not, when I do that, we end up somehow succeeding. So I'm gonna take that logic and roll with it for the second until I run out of ideas with it. I'm trying to get in their head and understand the intent behind this puzzle. Because we can go from here to here just fine. If I try to jump to there, this works itself out. I don't think that's how they meant me to get here, but I'm here now. Can I make that one? Nope, you overjumped that one. Also, fun fact, sprinting doesn't matter for those jumps. He jumped the same distance just rolling into the jump. So that's a thing. Like, I'm sitting here learning the jump mechanics here because I now have to. Every other time we've needed to jump somewhere, it's been a pretty on-rails jump, and I've not really needed to think about it. But this is all very, very precise. And I have less of a problem with this than I do the instant kill spike trap we just dealt with. Instant kill arrow trap can still go to hell. So I think we repeat what we did before. We walk out onto here and we walk off onto this one. Or, you know, just this time it's not gonna work because reasons. Consistency. Though I'm becoming more inclined to think that I'm not supposed to be dropping onto that one necessarily. But that's probably going to be the path I take to get places because it is the available path as far as I can tell. I am becoming increasingly sure that there is probably a puzzle solution somewhere that tells you what order to walk down that in. Or there's a visual cue I'm not noticing enough that tells you, like, this is the right height. Because, like, in theory, that one would be the next one to go to. Based on height. And that does work. It leaves you with an impasse from here. Because you land that, but immediately roll off to your death. And I think if you didn't have the stupid roll guaranteed if you jump past a certain distance, I think this wouldn't be as much of a problem either, but again, they probably designed it with that in mind, to force you down a specific path on there, and I'm just not seeing that path. And I know some people are probably getting very tired of seeing me just binning corpses down in the same hole 1,000 times. But to that I say, take it up with the developers who thought this was a good design.
Great. More bad news.
Because with the way these games tend to work, I don't exactly have the luxury of just sitting there and staring at it, trying to make sure that I have good sense of it. Because they'll probably just start spawning specials and nonsense like that to try to kill me while I'm trying to do this if I take too long. Last thing I need is like an axe being thrown at me while I'm trying to puzzle this out. There is one consistent symbol between all the ones that have worked so far. Except this one. This one works, but it doesn't have the round symbol on it. It went from round to triangle. But at the same time, no matter where I go from here, we lose. Lose so far. I'm just getting rid of these guys so they don't somehow follow me out down here. This is exactly what I was talking about, though, is the fact that there's still enemy problems while I'm trying to do this. So let's see. We learned that if I jump to that one, we die. Even though that looks like you shouldn't even be able to make that jump in the first place, he somehow manages to hit it and roll far enough to fall off. But there's nowhere I can go without jumping. So I almost feel like I've swindled myself just by going here. Okay, I was trying an experiment there. The idea behind that experiment was if I just keep mashing jump, will he just keep jumping every time he rolls off a ledge? And that might work. Though I hit another chunk of the invisible path, I think, there, considering I rolled from one platform to the next seamlessly without jumping. On the whole, I'm slightly confused. But I'm less aggravated because I'm actually making forward progress and I actually have something to puzzle out instead of just hoping for the best. Is that the only play I really have here, other than what I've been doing, is I try like walking toward each edge in the hopes of finding the hidden path. But in the end, the results of that are basically the same, because you end up falling if the path isn't there. Actually, here's a thought. Aha! I can shoot the path. So if there's something there, the arrow will stop. Should have thought of this sooner. So there's a path somewhere between those. So am I meant to walk that way? Or am I meant to go down there and then walk that way? With where the arrow is, I feel like... yeah. Of course, this would only work with an item, with a weapon that actually has a physical projectile like a bow. Because I don't know if bullet holes will show up. We should try that too, just to make sure before I say something like that. Because if it relies on something with a physical projectile like the bows and such, then I'm still kind of mad about it. If a bullet can be stopped in a way that you can see clearly, then it's fine, because you don't have to have a specific thing to be able to see the path. But if it's specific like that, I'm not a fan. Because with being able to mark the path like that, it becomes reminiscent of the hidden paths and some other Souls-like / Souls games where you would like drop stones to see where the path is rather than falling and things like that, which makes that more reasonable. Okay, yeah, you can see the bullet holes that just don't show up nearly as well, so it still works, just not great. So the path, I guess, goes to this one? Yeah. I guess I walk to that one next? Because I'm not seeing a path here. Most of my assumed path was correct anyway, so I would have figured it out either way eventually. Uh-huh. You don't know where the hidden path is. So all in all, that wasn't as bad as it initially appeared. I'm willing to forgive that. This, though, this is upsetting. Because this means I have to do this again.
That's it. Now.
That is still very trippy, though. Gotta tell ya. It's very fucking trippy just walking on nothingness. This way, right? Yeah. I remembered most of the path, but I was firing arrows just to make absolutely certain. So I guess there's a key in the other part of this dungeon. And then you were meant to come over here with the key afterwards. Which is probably not the best layout, but, well, you know. They would assume people would take the straightforward path and then find the side path after. Not accounting for people like me that see a side path and immediately chase it rather than going the straight way first. So that's kind of the curse of giving me a map, is I see that there's a side way and I'm like, yep, going that way first. Based on the layout of this place, I assume it's some kind of tomb. One sec. Thank you for the follow, Bloody Joker Gaming. Hope you're doing well. Ah, that's the problem. There's a caster back there, too. Hold that thought. I got stuck on the lever of all things. This area definitely would give you that feel because there's a lot of very vegetable people problems going on here. Ah, can't breathe. Get me out of here. Get off my foot. Oh, my health's low enough that I lose automatically. Well, that's unfortunate. But yeah, that would be very pursuant to this area in particular, as far as that comparison goes. It's a lot more world-hopping, dimensional adventure by comparison otherwise. It absolutely feels nothing about killing you over and over again.
Shit!
I would highly recommend the first game. I'm still having mixed feelings with this one so far, because of some decisions being made. Okay. Then you're already seeing what I mean. Like, there's a very fair comparison to be drawn in terms of the fact that there's a significant infection problem to be concerned about in both cases. So you can kind of draw a line there. Yeah. And a similar attempt to make a kind of hopeless atmosphere. Yeah. Like I said, theming-wise, they're similar. Oh, you're here again, huh? Can I jump over this? I can't.
This ain't good.
Oh, that makes my plan not work. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Please actually heal. Because, like, the origin point of this infection is definitely different between the two, considering these have crossed dimensions because we touched things we shouldn't. As far as the shortest version to explain that. And we're just seeing the devastation wrought by them having touched other places before they got to Earth. That is a massive simplification, but it's the best way I have to put it without talking about spoilers from the first game. Yeah, no, that's a very fair first impression. I was just following that line of thought out and testing where it actually gets to. Ooh, for my own brain process. Because it was an interesting idea.
Here they come.
Come on, let it count. Yeah! Completely unnecessary, but very fun. You were saved by a bowl. You should be very thankful for that bowl. Oh, hi there. special about. Which one is it and where is it? No, it's you again. Okay. Yeah, I heard you gurgling away next to me. Ooh, that was a good shot. Okay. Oh, him dying doesn't make those stop. Good to know.
That's it?
This looks very important, but also very already empty. Much to my eternal sadness. Gonna go out on a limb and assume this door doesn't open. Because you'd see the round bit on it. You look at it from the other side. I see that. I do see that. I will attend to that in a second when I am no longer under threat.
Shit.
Okay. Should be good long enough to look at that. Okay. I've already got a few people that wanted to play this with me already, but if I end up wanting to do yet another setup, I will consider that.
Holy hell.
Is doing it here the last day or so has been making sure it actually he plays fine. Yeah. Because this definitely is not the perfect running game on PC hardware. I'll definitely say that. Absolutely. You have a good one, and thank you for popping in.
Here they come.
There we go. That was almost perfect. Ah. Wanted to get through and get rid of him before anything else went wrong. Missed it. Oh boy. Have a safe commute. That I know the pain of a long commute, and it's never good. Whoop, whoop. There we go.
Glad that's over.
Yikes, yikes, yikes. That's death. That's a death bit. Okay. Just rip through all of them and move right along. Hear that? I don't like that sound. This is precisely why I didn't like that sound. Ah, we're doing this bit again, huh? Okay. Back to that in a second. Okay, this is all connected to here. So that's a shortcut for if I need to get back from the checkpoint. Okay, very good. Now, how many symbols do I need to account for? 4. Okay. I mean, I technically could just go 3 out of 4 right here, couldn't I? No, because there's repetition. Is there repetition? No, those are different. Statue, circle, scissors, pylon, urn. But urn is over there as well. Do I need to only take the ones that don't repeat? Maybe. Ow. I knew that was a bad idea, but I needed to look around this room again. Because the thing is, every symbol's represented at least once. So it's either there's 4 that are only represented once, or it's a crapshoot. And I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume it's there's 4 symbols that are only represented once. Because so far, the Pokeball looking thing's the only one I can guarantee I've only seen once. Because this one was upstairs, and I believe this one was upstairs as well. We've seen the smiley face twice. We've seen the pylon statue looking thing more than once. The obelisk looking one is right over here. And there's the urn a 3rd time. Unless there's a different logic as well. It could be the logic of you find the one that's shown 4 times. Like, it's hard to say which logic they're aiming for on this puzzle so far. I feel like I'm getting the idea, but I'm not quite there yet. They clearly do intend you to look at the whole room again, though, because of the fact that there's this easy way to climb back up. I'm not sure if that's been shown 4 times or only 3. Because you can't really see the whole room in an easy way. But this has been shown once... twice. 3rd time's underneath me. That's the one I looked at already, right? Maybe I'm counting wrong. Is like one of these has to end up narrowing something down to just 4 symbols. Because that's how the solution for these works, is it needs 4 symbols. We learned that from the one in the Imperial Gardens. And presumably they're looking for the same solution again, just not the actual same choices, but the same type of solution. Brings me back to my question of which ones are different. I don't think we saw this one twice. We only saw the Pokeball looking one once. I don't think we saw the scissors again, did we? But that begs the question of, well, what order do they go in then? Let me just take pictures of each of these spots. That'll be the only way I can guarantee any of this logic works. If I just take pictures of each set of symbols, then I can compare all of them. Rather than trying to work off of my short-term memory, which fires inconsistently. But if I can narrow it at least down to 4 symbols, I can then just fiddle around the order and figure it out. I can tell what that one in the corner is, so I don't need to worry about that. That is a separate image. Yeah, I can fit all of them on screen here. And the pizza pie, I think, is another one that's unique. So I think I figured them out. I think it's that one, and then 2 up above. Figuring out what order they're in is, again, still going to be a question mark. I would assume it's going to go... First ones are on the lower path, second ones are on the higher. That one's one of them, and that one is one of them. So I think scissors is third, presuming that they go left to right. So it's probably something on the order of... that, and then... There's a symbol missing. Okay, something in this is wrong. Let's try inverting these 2. That didn't change anything. But if I invert these 2 as well... No change, okay. If I flip these back... Wait, no, I had to activate it each time though, didn't I? God damn it, hang on. I might have screwed up. One of these solutions might actually have in fact been correct. That one isn't. I could be barking up the wrong tree this entire time as well. Like, one of my symbols could just be wrong in general. Bear with me while I spin this a lot. No, none of the possible combinations with what I've chosen is correct. So one of my choices is wrong. Problem is, I don't know if that means my entire logic is incorrect, or if I missed something. Just consulting my images. And I assume they don't expect you to be consulting information back from the previous puzzle either. Because I don't think there's a guarantee that they both would spawn for you. So I don't think there's anything pertaining to the other puzzle aside from understanding how the puzzle logic works. But there's another one that is only shown once, I think. Yes. Yes, there is. But let me try the stupid answer. Let me just do a stupid check here. Because I might be overthinking this. Like, I might be doing a massive jump forward that doesn't need to happen. Oh, but no, there's 5 symbols on this floor, though. Yeah, that's wrong. There's one extra bit of logic I can add, and that might be the fact that scissors is wrong because it starts on scissors. So if I replace scissors in my calculation with this one, and then use the other ones I chose, no. Because the flat tire looking one's the only other one that I've seen only one of. But the fact that there's 5 things that only showed up once also indicates to me that that might be incorrect. It might be the other way around, where I have to pick all of the ones that are shown more than once. Which, is there only 4 of those? So, actually, let's do the other stupid check. Is there's one we've seen 3 times, but I can't guarantee a 4th time? Is it just this? No. Okay. Because it easily could have just been that, and then that would have solved the whole mystery. Because we saw it at least 3 times. This would be about the time where a smarter person than I would actually pull all this into an editing program so they're all in front of him at the same time. Instead of having to scroll through multiple images. And I would also, you know, pop it on screen so you guys could see it too, but... that's again a whole other layer of clever that I'm not at the moment. So the ones that are shown more than once are this... this, and this is in no particular order at the moment. I'm gonna try to logic it out if I don't run out of symbols. So I think that's all the ones that are shown twice. That is incorrect. Which, it makes sense for that to be incorrect, because the ones that are down below would have to be earlier than the one above. And the one above is only this one. So that would have to be last, if that's the order. Actually, no, both of those are up there. So it could be either of them are last. Again, assuming my thought process is even remotely correct. Which I cannot guarantee. I must be barking up the wrong tree somewhere. But I cannot for the life of me fathom where. Let's take another look around and make sure there's not another set of these somewhere that I didn't see. Because we got the radio tower, flat tire, the scissors, the spiky thing, the urn, radio tower, the monolith, smiley face, then the urn again. And then over here, down below, much circling around, as I go the wrong way to circle around. we have the pie plate, the double circle, Pokeball, radio tower, the obelisk, and the urn. Like, is there supposed to be some commonality between a bunch of these? Yes, Tiny, there is a Pokeball. See? That's a Pokeball. Unfortunately, Pokeball has thus been unhelpful. There's multiple ones with the heads uncovered. There's multiple ones with different colored tarps on them. So I don't think either of those are significant. Because there's no real rhyme or reason to the colors of tarps or head exposed versus not head exposed. So I don't think that's significant. Or is it? There's so far only 3 that are blue with the head covered. And every single blue one has the head covered. So it's pie plate, smiley face, urn. Is there one up top that's the same? Because that's another one that narrows down to only 4 in that case. Which makes it another valid possible solution set. That one. Yes, there's only 4 that are blue tarped. Because there's more than that of the other colors. But that again leaves me with the question of what order are they in? And I can't guarantee it off of any really sensible metric. Aside from this one's probably last because it's up here. But the ones down there become a question mark. Because the smiley face is by itself over there and then the other 2 are underneath me. So I guess smiley face being by itself means maybe that's the first one? Like, I'm going into moon logic level shit at this point in order to try to make anything make sense here. Because it was that one... The urn was one of them as well. So, like, slot urn in is 3. Oh, no. Urn was the one that was up here with me, wasn't it? Was it the urn? Brain, please. I need you to focus. No, it was this that was the one up here. I thought the urn was one of them. It's the pie, the urn, smiley face, and the spiky. Okay. Sorry for how long this is taking, but I'm trying to figure out by what metric they think this puzzle works. Wait a minute. It wouldn't be that simple, would it? Would it just be match the picture? Maybe. I might again have been 5-heading this without any reason to. No, because that's the way it starts. See? It starts with that set, so that's clearly not what they want. Okay. That helps. Okay, so smiley face is theoretically one of these 2. The urn was down there. So was the pie. So let's do smiley, pie, urn. Wait, nope. Wait. Now it reset not to that, though. Pull up. Did I just happen to pause on that? No, that isn't right. Okay. I had to check or I was gonna lose my goddamn mind. So again, assuming smiley faces first. The only two that would be of any logic to invert would be these two. And that's wrong too. The biggest problem I'm running into is I don't have the right information. I'm missing some key piece of information that's making this not make sense. Wait. Now this doesn't have... The fuck? This showed a specific pattern on it before, right? Oh. Oh, hang on. If I just rotate that like that and then leave it. Yeah, that matches what I have down there. Okay. Okay, that's why it's fucking with me. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Because it has to have something to do with these, because that's how the other puzzle with the spinner worked. Are there only 4 that are lit up? They're all, like, lit up blue, but this one's got, like, extra lighting on it. And the answer to that looks to be, so far, no. No, that's unlikely to be the case. Any kind of information down here? Yep, this is probably the key to the castle here. I pen this now to honor the life of my queen, the great mistress of the many-faced god Tethys, mistress of light and shadow, my liege and lover for whom I have dedicated my short life. In my time with her, there was a great sorrow about my queen, as if she knew her age would come to pass, a premonition perhaps of her own fate at the hand of the Paxiltech. Perhaps this is why she honored me with her tales, that I might put ink to paper. Countless stories were told in the quiet of night as we lay in peace, but I found those of her consorts to be the most illuminating of her own life and virtues, that I may lay one day in that hallowed ground amongst great companies, an honor unimaginable. And so here, in these pages, I write the tales of those whom my great mistress loved, myself omitted, for what great folly is there in telling the tale of oneself. The mysterious Marquis. Poet was the only honest trader in the age of rebellion. He sided with no army and supplied only the innocents caught between, trading under his family crest, the sigil of the fate-bound hands. An honest pan in a dishonest age. Such a fellow could not last long, led by one called Bet. Poet's competitors became conspirators. Poet was accused of treason and jailed, without trial, beneath the darkest ziggurat. It was an age gone on when the Marquis of Night came to court. He was by turns dashing and brooding, and possessed of a great fortune. Eunice welcomed him, for by this time the imperial coffers were growing bare. He joined the merchant's circle, and pan by pan the circle began to shrink. It would be coincidence that those who sat the circle were those same pan who framed Owet. That they had used an honest man's disgrace to gain favor with Genus and grow fat. Tethys thought not. She confronted the Marquis at sword point on a rain-swept rampart, but Tethys' weapon never found the Marquis' heart, for his words struck her first. In the end, and she kept Owed's secret to her grave. Yes, even from your humble author. And when they found Bet's corpse, 2 swords had pierced his heart. The widow's widow. Little is known as Chemki's youth. When and how she was raised are mysteries she took to the bottom of the dark sea. Even her name is uncertain. For Chemki is but a sailor's vernacular for wife of wife of Kni. It is under that name, Ken or Sailor's wife, that she sailed till the day of her death. For Ken possessed great beauty and greater cunning, one or both of which caught the eye of the sharp-edged Kni, a master of the Black Fleet. Of the pirates who stalked the dark coast in days of yore, none were so admired or as feared, save the one who he took his bride to be. His shipboard life was harsh, and sailing was feared by many ages after our sea-swept exodus. Yet they sailed 2 black galleons at the head of 50 more, until he passed sweetly into his aged sleep. Ken and Tethys met in war, for Gina's had her fill of piracy, and seeing his passing as a sign, she had sent Our Lady to stop the Black Fleet. The battle raged for 3 days before the parley was called. The light of the setting sun set Ken on fire as she swung by the rigging from her ship to Tethys's. She lit a fire of her own in the hearts of all onlookers. Their conference in the captain's quarters went until the sun was seen anew. When they emerged, 2 things were certain. The Black Fleet would sail as the Empress's most royal privateers, under the sigil of the blue split wave, and Tethys's own latest consort would lead them. Okay, so far we've got 2 sigils. We just need to figure out which ones these mean. Philosopher in rags. How does a pauper find his way into the bed of a queen? Taofadim was born on the outmost edge of Great Janus's empire, in the winding warrens of Pram. Despite the remoteness of his homeland, Taofadim enjoyed a childhood of wealth and privilege, the only son of Pram's sole mint. Yet this led to an adolescence of utmost disgrace. Taofadims were caught amalgamating coin, stripped of their wealth and hung by a mob. Penniless Taofadim fled to Obelisk, with only loincloth and saddles to his name. In this era, Obelisk was home to the great Socrates school of philosophy. The rebellion was an age of ages off, and that school's master had not yet betrayed her highness. Wearing naught but ragged loincloth and his own fur, Taofadim demanded entry into Socrates' hallowed halls, and was turned away. Undeterred, Taofadim set up his residence in a barrel outside the great institution's portcullis. Day upon day he would regale the learned master with discourse on life and death, sun and moon, even the plight of the Rin. Ere long, Taofadim's barrel was moved into the auditorium, and Taofadim had a new title, instructor. It was Tethys's habit to attend the school's annual festival of thought, for our queen possessed a great thirst for knowledge. Each year she would take conference with Socrates and his best instructor. This habit led her to Taofadim, who was sunning himself atop his barrel. Our queen was shocked and demanded of Socrates, "This is your greatest teacher, clad in rags? Why has no one offered this man silken robes?" "He does not wish it," replied the schoolmaster. "And why has no one brought him a divan, so that they may recline in grace?" "He does not wish it," Socrates repeated. Now Tethys addressed Taofadim directly. "Learned one, your queen Tethys is the most powerful pen in Obelisk, asks you now, is there nothing I may do for you?" Taofadim thought a moment, then smiled. "Highness, you could move out of my light. Tethys's unlikely dalliance with Taofadim is probably best encapsulated by his sigil. Tethys offered to restore the philosopher's family sigil, that of the fire-forged coin, but Taofadim only accepted when Tethys agreed to modify it. Thus the fire-forged coin became that beloved symbol for the absurdity of life, the sigil of the fire-forged snowflake." Okay, that's pretty great. Fire-forged snowflake is pretty funny. Ulyss Gosmer was a scholar of great renown. One could fill a tome with tales of his 1,000 travels, and better pens than that of your humble author have done so. Instead, let us take a more narrow view. Let us speak of how he was summoned to Blisk Gadul. Ulyss lived a life of irony, for his brightest time was the Age of Shadow, that woeful epoch when the grandeur of the Pan was sinking below the waters of memory. Ulyss himself spilled much ink upon the decline, and flinching chronicles of the lowest acts of the highest born. In Ulysses' histories, the proud and the powerful are consumed by the preservation of their pleasures. They are complacent or complicit as the treasures of Pan life. Our music, our craft, our very society were dulled by the hoardings of portions, which dwindled to scraps and thence to crumbs. Ulysses saw it all and held nothing for propriety's sake. The people's queen was seldom seen in that age. The empress had called upon the Red Widows to anoint a permanent guardian of the many-faced god, and Tethys had been quick to volunteer. Some say it was duty. Those who knew her best say she simply wished to mourn the world she loved in private. Either way, the most divine beauty and best ruler of the Pan shunned the eye of the world and shut herself within the holy ziggurat. Imagine the great surprise, then, when word went out that Tethys had summoned Ulysses to her side. Would he not savage her as he had half-dozen others of her station? But Tethys saw in Ulysses' work a gift. He could see past crumbling, past fading, past dimming to see the beauty that used to be. He mauled his subjects not for glee, but because he could see what they had squandered. Tethys commissioned a complete history of Bliss Gadul. Ulysses rendered this work with such delicacy that one can gaze into his charstick sketches and see the glitter of the golden way, taste the wine of the banquet, and feel the hum of the crystal court. It is enough to make at least one reader who had known these at their height weep. Ulysses saw past the predations of time and malfeasance. He saw the city as it once was. And perhaps he saw its queen that way too. He dedicated every subsequent work to her. Always the same inscription beneath his sigil, the sigil of the fractured looking-glass. To my only subject whom time could not tarnish, ever as we were, one day we might be again. So, the fractured looking-glass, the fire-forged snowflake, the sigil of the bowsplit wave, and there's a sigil mentioned in one of these other ones. There. Or is that meant to be one I have to figure out? Oh yeah, there we go. The sigil of the fate-bound hands. So fate-bound hands, bowsplit wave, fireforged snowflake, and fractured looking-glass. Now I need to apply those to these. This is probably hands. Split wave? Maybe. What the hell would a fireforged snowflake look like? Like, of all of them, I think that's the one that's throwing me. Because the fractured looking glass could be a couple. Actually, a bunch of these could be a couple. Like, we have our answer, just figuring out what the answer actually is another animal entirely. That could actually be the fate-bound hands, too. Maybe. Could be the bowsplit wave, too, actually. I feel like I'm reading too deeply into these symbols, and that's making it more complicated. So let's see. First was fate-bound hands. So let's assume these are the hands, because they're the ones I saw first. And then bowsplit wave. This one's the only one that's, like, very clearly split. So we'll try that one first for that. This is the only one that actually has a complete divide across it. Fireforged Snowflake. Kinda boggles. And the last one could be a couple things as well. Was it Fractured Spyglass or Fractured Looking Glass? My brain's decided it could be either or. But I'm gonna give it that symbol. Fucking snowflake, though. That's wrong. The problem is I can't even guarantee that any of my logic is correct. Like, I don't get, like, you have this many right in the wrong place, or any kind of, like, mastermind help or anything. Should've fucking wrote them down. Because now I'm questioning myself on the wording. Fractured Looking Glass, so I was right with it being Looking Glass. Brain decided Spyglass needed to be there for some reason. Fireforged Snowflake. The thing is, since it was modified from the coin, it might be the Pokeball looking one. Because it may be that they didn't completely change the sigil, they may have only just modified the sigil itself. Bow Split Wave. And the Fate-Bound Hands. So I remembered them basically correctly. It's just figuring out what the symbols for them are is going to be the complicated part. And this is also assuming that they're being placed in order from left to right. You know, first one listed is the first one in the puzzle. So, Fate-Bound Hands, Bow Split Wave, Fireforged Snowflake, Fractured Looking Glass. Why do there have to be so many that could possibly be a goddamn Bow Split Wave? Or I suppose, why does my mind have to be so ready and willing to interpret so many things as something? It's like the Looking Glass has a bunch of fucking options too. Because this could be the Looking Glass and the triangle represents it being fractured. I hate this. So I can tell I'm overthinking this and I'm just not seeing something right in front of my goddamn eyes. Is this one's possibly the bow split wave just because it's shaped similar to the front of a boat? And I guess then the two dots would be what's being split, but even that doesn't really seem right. But none of these seem like a perfect fit for the bow split wave, honestly. Again, this ends up being the closest one. But I'm leaning away from that because the puzzle starts with that one selected, and I feel like that's incorrect. I'm still not even sure what the goddamn hands are. Like, they really went esoteric with these goddamn symbols, or I'm stupid. One of the two. Like, I feel like I've got it, but I'm not getting it at the same time. Nope. I just don't fucking understand. Like, I think part of the problem is I burnt my brain a bit dealing with trying to solve it the other ways first. And just chasing the complete wrong answers for a while. But I just don't understand what these symbols are actually supposed to be. I'm just seeing if there's any kind of hint to it in the actual pages themselves. Yeah, there's nothing else in those, so this is all we're getting. And there's also this. I don't know what this means at all. Like, I don't know if this has any relevance to anything. Because there's nothing like this on the puzzle. But there's also something that bugs me about this one in particular. And that is, all of the rest of these were related to Tethys in some way. This one's the only one that only mentions Tethys as a side concept to this. But this is the only sigil mentioned, so I really don't have anything else to work with. Like, I feel like I'm gonna have to look this up at this point, and I'm gonna kick myself when I see the answer. Are you fucking kidding me? So, you know how I said I was gonna kick myself? It's because I'm going to. All of the things we've been following have been red herrings. Every single fucking thing's been a red herring. This is all that matters. This fucking symbol here. Fuck's sake. I knew the blankets meant something. You need to find that symbol on the blankets. And then the ones that have that symbol are the answers you need. God damn it. I was so close, but so far. But I have to ask, how the hell are you supposed to come to that conclusion? Especially with the symbols distorted on these blankets because of the shape of the thing under them. How are you supposed to naturally come to that conclusion? Like, I guess it's just a matter of you look for that symbol anywhere you can. But I feel like you still will end up scrounging around this area a lot trying to see that. So, like, even now, looking at these, I almost can't tell which one's which. And the fact that you have a book with so much information that happens to line up so perfectly, but they made it as just a complete fuck you red herring, is also very frustrating. Like, I have a lot of respect for what they did here, but I'm still also very angry about it, if that makes sense. I feel like this is a puzzle that could have been executed more eloquently while not compromising the difficulty. Okay, it is the green ones. So it's that thing. This thing. This one, I think. This is again the case of these start to look hard to fucking tell. I'm gonna take pictures of each of the ones I'm supposed to have. Bear with me while I do this one-handed so I can keep the camera ready to grab each of these. This is so fucking stupid, though. I am genuinely annoyed, even now that we've gotten the solution. Because don't get me wrong, I'm not upset about it not being my first couple ideas, because my first couple ideas were fucking wacky. I fully accept that my first couple logics were wacky. But having that entire fluff story in the book is what genuinely makes me mad. It's nice backgrounding, but they really did not have to make it happen to be 4. It didn't have to be 4 specific things, all mentioning sigils that they made sure to highlight to make sure people thought that was the puzzle solution. Unless what I looked up is lying to me too. That's also an entire possibility, as I may just be getting fucking swindled a whole other way another time. Nope. That was the answer. This is fucking dumb. I genuinely wonder if anybody figured that out right off. You know, anybody looked at that and immediately went, yes, this is the answer. 'Cause I can see it happening. Is you just happen to look at the blankets and then see the symbol and it just happens to kick immediately. But to me, that was incredibly unclear. And I blame it 90% on just the fact that those blankets were so jumbled up because of what they were sitting on. I think if they were banners hanging up so you'd see them flat on, it would be very easy to tell. But that would also probably be too easy to tell instead. Ooh. Get health regen when you make things bleed. That'd be great if I had any way to make things bleed. Now we have a whole other problem, though. We did all of that and got a ring. But we are now once again confronted with a door we can't open. So do I jump off over here by the checkpoint? Like, is that why there's a checkpoint here? Nope, I can't jump off there either. Because clearly that's important. Like, that's a whole other path down there. But how do I get to it? The answer is the only way in appears to be that door I can't open. But there's nothing else in here. So... what do? Like, this whole dungeon has been one big fucking headache. Because there was the door down there we couldn't open. And now there's a door here we can't open. But you would think it would all be self-contained within this dungeon. But I have nothing... you know, I have no keys or anything. Like, I don't want to just walk out and say this dungeon sucks, but this dungeon is definitely pissing me off. In multiple different ways now. Because the thing is, this isn't even a key door. You have to manage to get to the other side of that door in order to open it. And the only way I could think of that you would do that would be to get over to the other side of the secret path. Or there's something hidden around here. But all these passageways are collapsed. Like, this would be easy if it would just let me jump off of here, but that's clearly why you can't do that. Still mad about that puzzle. I'm gonna be mad about that puzzle for a while. So that's genuinely one of those cases of they went out of their way to obfuscate the answer. I can't help but feel that they genuinely tried to bury the answer in misinformation. And people can say I'm wrong, and maybe I am wrong, but that's just how it ends up coming off to me. And I don't really have a lot else other than how I feel about it to work off of right now. I think more than the frustration at not getting the solution myself, I feel a profound disappointment in what the answer actually ended up being. So I genuinely think that having to puzzle out what those sigils were makes for a far more interesting puzzle. So I'm just, on some levels, kind of sad that that wasn't actually what the puzzle was.
Bag's full.
I think that's part of expressing where my head's at with that puzzle. But I also acknowledge that there are people that would probably hate trying to figure out which sigils are which instead. So situations like that are kind of a no-win prospect, and I acknowledge that. So keeping it simpler is probably better, but at that point they should have kept the information clearer.
Looks like I'm full up.
Like, I, upon reflection, understand why they would have the puzzle solution be at the start of the book. Because of the fact that, let's be real, half the people that play this game ain't gonna read that fucking book. And by saying half, I'm probably being generous. I have to acknowledge that as well. But it's just one of those things. Where it could have been signposted in a different way rather than having it be the front of a book, which the rest of the book has nothing to do with the symbol. Is like they could have said it literally anything about that symbol to help that symbol feel like it has relevance, but they didn't. They just stuck it at the front of the book and expected you to understand that that means something. Which obviously you can tell it has some meaning by virtue of the fact that it's shown in the read you know, when you highlight it with read, it shows you the symbol as well, which is why I was suspicious of the symbol. And if you'll remember when we started that puzzle, at least after finding the book, that I had commented that the symbol was suspicious. But I discounted it because I had nothing to work off of with it. And I remain unclear as to what the hell I'm supposed to do here. The only thing I can think of is I'm meant to get around using the other path. But the other path led to another door I can't open. So what am I missing? Aside from a good chunk of my sanity because of this goddamn place. Like, I like to think that
This is it.
outside of self-deprecating jokes and such, I'm not stupid. By general rule. But this place is making me feel stupid. Yeah, that's what I thought, is all roads lead to Rome. This just leads back down here. Either way. Fuck you. I'm glad I have a somewhat useful melee weapon at this point. I feel like our starting sword would have just gotten me killed there trying to do that. So if we go back down here... See, there's that door that we can't open there, too. I remember most of the path, but I don't remember all of it. Because most of it is playing on where you expect the path to be, but the path is not actually where you would expect it to be. See, this one needs a key. And that's what bugged me about it before. But there's nowhere in here you'd find a key. So the question becomes... Am I not supposed to be here right now? Was I supposed to have gone to the other place, gotten a key, and come back here? And that's why this is all fucky. On top of the trap section putting me on tilt and throwing my whole process out. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I did that on purpose. Because it'll be faster to get back to the checkpoint to get out of here. So I'm also tempted to wrap early. Because my throat is starting to get a bit scratchy, and I'm obviously a little agitated between the issues before we started and then the string of mildly annoying sections that all just kind of added together to frustrate me today. That's not to say I didn't have a good time today. I want to make that clear. Today has overall been fun. Just... It's like a bunch of miniature people are poking at you with pins the whole day. That's kind of how today's been going. No major bad, but just like, haha, fuck you, haha, fuck you. Stabby, 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 stabby. The whole time. Just slowly driving me insane. But at the same time, other than dealing with this place, I think we are, like, right at the culmination of this world, so let's at least see where the thing we opened up leads after we go back to town. Is we pulled a lever right before going back to the main checkpoint by the temple. So I assume we're able to access the temple now. So I'm at least going to look into that. And I want to see what our new weapon mods are, because we killed a couple things.
What did you bring me?
Oh wait, we only killed the one thing. And that actually leads to a weapon mod, apparently. Yeah, maybe. That does sound like something that would work for me. Wouldn't take it. Whether I actually use it or not is a whole other animal. There's nothing else new around. So we won't worry about that right now. Now, the only problem with getting into the temple, in theory, is the fact that I have to solve that puzzle that I still couldn't figure out before. Yeah, now the mechanism's moving, which presumably means we can actually solve this puzzle now.
That looks important.
Now, let's see if the solution I'd had before was correct. Because it was this, some space. Let's just assume, like, oh yeah, actually the line must be from one end of that to the other, now that I think about it, because that's what the bars represent, probably. So it'd be something like that, then that. Then you go... No, because it's physically impossible. Because that ends up going too far. So let's operate under the assumption that the line is just like 2 beats, because I think we figured out that 2 beats was correct for that. At least that fits. And 2 beats from that goes to this one, then back to this. No, that doesn't work, because that doesn't fit. Apparently I was wrong in remembering that. So if we do it in just single beats then. That spacing works, because you end up with a hold after that. That sounds close. Well, I'll be damned, I did have the right solution the entire time. I just couldn't do it because I didn't have the mechanism activated. So I just got ahead of myself, and that was the entire reason that puzzle never worked. Well, that's nice, at least. At least I'm not stupid. Because that was definitely a case of you had the solution right in front of you, but I just sat there getting more and more frustrated because it just wouldn't do anything. I feel like they shouldn't let you interact with that and get annoyed with that puzzle until you can actually use it. But that's fine. Yeah, there's the Ravager's lair, so... Big, important boss fight. And I could cliffhanger this. I absolutely could be that guy and just cliffhanger this right now. But I think after all the puzzle fuckery and everything we've all sat through, it's only right I do a boss fight. Or at least look at it. Might not win.
Your timing is fortuitous, cub.
Aren't you a freaky looking thing? Got a lot of eyes, too.
It's been long since I've seen one of your kind. But then, what is time to a god?
Yeah, you know, what kind of question is that?
Do you think yourself clever, cub?
I'm gonna keep needling him.
Let me guess. You're here on a quest.
I'm gonna keep poking him. I'm in a mood at this point.
An insolent tongue on this one. I like meat with fight. It tastes so much sweeter. But no matter. It would seem our destinies are entwined. Your timing is fortuitous. Walk with me, cub. I will explain.
I was expecting to have to fight you, and now apparently...
The last of your kind left me for dead. That is when they found me and offered me their enlightenment.
Makes sense.
Blind was I until they opened my eye to the lies of permanence. Oh, the feeble empress craves her fruit, tries to guzzle immortality. But all things die, cub. Even gods. Theirs is mastery of death, the all that is nothing. And so I offer the choice they offered, cub. Return to the ash from which we all came. Or break the yoke of balance and become eternal. But the bridge between ego and soul cannot be crossed without paying a toll.
Of course.
Here bleeds the lie. Here mules the old order. Kill it. Kill the dough, and we shall seal our pact.
I see.
Join me. Kill the dough, and master every part of your transient life to the greater glory of both. Join me. Kill the dough, and master every part of your transient life to the greater glory.
Can I talk to the dough? No, I don't seem to have a prompt to discuss anything with it.
Of this pest, this lie.
I don't know, you're the one covered in awful root nonsense, my friend. I'm disinclined to believe you. What better way to master death than to fight it? Face death head on. Kill it before it can kill you. Wow, he hits hard, though. Though I will say, you're the one who needed help from outside your world in order to tip the balance. You couldn't manage to do it on your own. You had to become a freak of nature. What a disappointment you'd be to anyone who sees you now. What a shame it is to be you. Oh, and what do you know? The end result's the same. He kills the doe anyway. Oh, and he summons Roly Boys because, you know, my favorite. That fight doesn't seem like it'll be too hard. But getting to hit him consistently enough is going to be a problem. So I think the bow is not the way here. I think it's going to be machine gun time. At least he's not going to get a cheap shot off on me at the start of the fight, though. I kind of got a cheap shot off on him first, so it was kind of fair. I keep misreading the depth perception on that. I keep thinking he's not going to quite reach yet, and then there he is on top of me. Can I slow you? I sure can, apparently. That's convenient. Oh, the machine gun actually overheated. Hi, buddy. Missed me. Oh, you and your little fucking friends, though. Guess who forgot about them immediately? Oh, of course you have a follow-up on that. Don't get me wrong, I feel like I chose the harder choice here. Because I assume the doe dies without a fight. But I didn't like the way he was talking to me. I very rarely appreciate that which styles itself to be a god. Especially when they hide behind other things. And think themselves so high and mighty despite that. Because in the end, all this thing is arrogant. Because he talks a big game of mastering death and all of that. But all he's doing is hiding from death himself, using the power of the root that was given to him when he was on death's door himself. And I won't lie and say that I'm not a coward too. Or that I wouldn't make those choices. But that doesn't mean I don't know him for exactly what he is. A bully and a coward. And bullies need to be stood up to. There we go. Ravager's been defeated. Only took a couple tries. Not as bad as I was worried it was gonna be. Almost ran out of bullets though, which would have been a problem. Oh boy. What is my reward for killing the Ravager? Bit of money. This fucking book again. Beginnings, the calamity, the hope. I have all of these pages in picture form already. So if I do need that for something, I already have all that information. There's also a certain amusement in my mind to having defeated the Ravager after being told that my alignment is with the Ravager. Suppose, you know, it is in my nature to be contrary. Now, it would appear that the dough is also gone, though. But he did get a real big bite down on that dough, so the dough might be dead, too. Which also means Yasha's kind of fucked. Which, you know, wouldn't be the first time we've ruined a world by being in it. Oh, we're getting pulled into the crystal. That's probably not ideal. But we are basically done here. Oh, we're in the labyrinth. Those of you that played the first game will remember this place. Path between the worlds. Only fitting that we had a important choice to make before we got here again.
All right, Clementine, where are you?
Get a load of that. The unknown. All these possibilities. Pretty screwed up right now, though. I don't remember it looking that bad when we were here the first time. It's kinda in shambles. But it may just appear that way, since a lot of the platforms just kind of appeared around here before. Yep, this is our only path to take, so where does this send me? I don't have a cube, though. I think... Aren't I supposed to need a cube to get around in this place? And I don't have one. Maybe that's not the way I need to go. But I can't help but notice that I am at a bit of an impasse if I don't go that way. Because there's a distinct lack of going back that I can do right now. Best not to look up there too long. It's a little concerning up there. Just a little. The gate there seems to be our only path, but going through the gate doesn't seem to be helping us either. And just in case anybody's wondering, like, no, there's nothing there. That is teleporting us. I wonder what happens if you die here. Slight genuine curiosity on that one. I would assume it would just put us back at the Ravager checkpoint. But but I'm disinclined to find out for no good reason. But I heard that. There's like, there's that gate that keeps rotating around that we saw. I wonder if something's bugging out, like this is supposed to be opening, but it isn't. Because there's very clearly a path on the other side of this. Or, you know, stabbing it didn't work, I had to shoot it. That's also an option. I had figured melee would have worked just fine for that, since I did hit that spot, but whatever, game. This also explains the noise I was hearing, though. Is the path was opening, but it wasn't actually allowing me there because of the fact that, you know, there was a door still there. Now we have the slice of pie for the labyrinth. And we've got a thingy. What is the thingy? Ah, I put the strange object in there and something will happen.
It's not working. I must be missing something.
I'm not missing anything, game. I just didn't do it yet. Interesting. Weird rock boys, huh? Okay. Like, I assume putting that strange object in there is going to activate things. I just wanted to poke my nose around first before activating things. Using a mod heals you. Okay. I'm down for that. Go ahead and replace the experience booster, actually. I don't really feel like I need it. But I guess our only remaining option is to put the weird thingy in the weird thingy. Except, actually, no, there are paths going up, too. Hang on. There's actually a lot of paths. They explode in a satisfying way. I like these guys. I feel like avoiding putting the magic thingy in its place is probably not a good decision. At the same time, it seems like there is enough ground to cover in these directions that I should check these first. Oh. Something big and angry is around now. Oh, hi! Well, you're an interesting thing that wants me dead. And now you're dust. Aha. It is actually reachable. Okay, don't get close to the rock boys. The rock boys hit really hard. Because they turn into weird spinning death blades. Found another gate. Huh. That looks familiar. Give me prizes. Dense silicon ring. Okay. And another checkpoint. Huh. Okay. double health regenerated as mod power. So what you're saying is I use the ring that gives me healing when I use a mod, and then I turn the healing from the thing that heals me when I use a mod into mod power to then use a mod again. That's what I'm hearing. I mean, there's no issue with just touching this checkpoint. But I'm starting to wonder if there's no reason why I shouldn't have put the glowy thing in its spot. But I feel like putting the glowing thing in that pedestal opens a gate to the next world, which is why I just went fucking off into the labyrinth itself instead. Oh no, rock assassins! Whatever will I do? Of course. What's up, Pazzy? How goes things? He's trying to hit me with this. Oh, wow. You got a real big head there, buddy. Did he just throw his friend at me? I think that's exactly what he did.
I'm in trouble.
Enough out of you. A lot of these empty rooms. This one's obviously not empty. Strange object we have obviously goes to that pedestal that I ignored. In favor of continuing to nose around where I probably don't belong. As I do. Okay, that opens a path that way. What about the obvious physical path that's over here? Yeah, I feel that. It's been one of those days in a lot of places, apparently, today. Here included. The universe is just kind of pissy at the start of December, apparently. Hello. Oh, God. I think he fell off the cliff. I think he jumped me and then flew away. Mixed results on Remnant so far. It's been fun, but there's also been some very frustrating bits, including a puzzle that I'm still mad at, that we did eventually solve, but the solution was stupid. Ooh. Generate mod power for 10 seconds over both weapons, instead of immediately healing me. If only. Range damage. Do you still want my ammo reserves? Ammo pickups doesn't seem like it matters as much as I thought it did, so I'll take fire rate, damage, and ammo reserve. I gotta love how I said I was gonna stop after I killed the Ravager. And then I'm getting curious. Well, you don't really need to know anything for the second one, I'll say that. But it would help. But more or less, the short version is there's this dimension hopping threat known as the Root that's kind of fucking up every world within every dimension. And it's come to Earth, and we kind of have a problem with that whole thing. We got sucked into a crystal that got activated near where we ended up finding some safety. And then we're down this whole thing. That is a massive simplification of the current situation, but it gets you up to speed. We killed the god of the world we were on moments ago, and that's how we ended up here. Oh, that's bad. That's very bad. I do not like big fucking rock. Do not like big fucking rock. Okay. Big rock dealt with. Yeah, said god was compromised by the Root, so he needed to go one way or the other. But he also was being a dick, so I kind of killed him with extreme prejudice as a result of that. Okay, I found another teleporter. Oh, actually, that all loops around. Interesting. I just got to the other side of this door, which I can now open. Just gonna wait for that to open just to make sure that the game acknowledges that I opened that. This way we have an easy shot from the checkpoint back over here, should the worst happen. Curious where the teleporter goes, but I'm also curious about that platform. Platform is a much easier thing to figure out at the moment. It also gets me away from the things that are trying to kill me. Mostly. Don't turn around, everything is fine. Shoot him in the back of the head. Here you go, kids. You have that now. Okay, dealt with. So what's over here? Answer? More portals. God damn it. You know what I didn't need right now? More portals to figure out. What I do want, though? Prizes. I see prizes up there. I feel like, though, the portal I was just looking at probably would have led me here. And this... the one up there is the way back. But there's also this whole thing. Which appears to be leading me back from whence I came. This was the path I skipped earlier. So that all kind of works itself out. Mostly. The keyword to that being mostly. Now, in theory, I should have gone and touched the checkpoint before wheeling my way around to this, but... Hey, you know how I just mentioned a checkpoint? Also, this is not where I was hoping it was going to drop me. Pop that first. Let's see. Well, okay then. Not gonna worry about going over there right now. Weird stuff be going on over there. Let's instead poke the weird stuff that's over here first. Okay, and this door actually leads us back. Looks like. Yeah, this is back where the pedestal is. I mean, I guess since we're here, let me go ahead and finally give in and put the shiny thing in the slot here. But I'm betting it just opens... Huh? Maybe I can't do anything with that yet. Strange, scintillating material you've not seen nor felt before. The floating errant pieces stay connected by some powerful, impalpable force. Yeah, I guess there's more to it then. So I was right not to fiddle with that in the first place.
Something.
I had assumed it gave me a choice, but no. Foolish me thinking I had choices. Alright. Yeah, I had a feeling. Oh, that just kills me, huh? Well, that's rude. Glad they gave me a door back to the checkpoint before killing me with that. Ow. I will say that this one's had more random haha fuck you die moments than the first one. Not exactly a fan of that. Like, obviously I should have been suspicious when this looked like it was leading to a dead end. It's not leading to... Oh! This is the one that's moving. Oh. Well, that worked out. That's why it led to a death the first time. This is a moving platform. Well, it led me to a bad place, though. Zero out of 10, not a fan of this place. Jesus. That is a really rude spot it dumped me in. I almost feel like the pit it dumped me in was kinder. Because at least the pit got straight to the point. Alright, let's try that again. This is the death one, so get this out of here. Go away. Hunter sight is so helpful. Ow. This allowed me to deal with one of them without having to trigger the other one. Or miraculously triggering all his little friends. You little shit. He opens just in time for you, not really to get a good shot at that inner bit. Without getting hit.
Whoa. It's over.
I guess the little rock boys were summoned by the big one then, so I'm glad I killed that one really fast then. Oh, okay. I was like, what is the big whoop noise? Ooh. Cipher rod. Oh, yeah. I think you do need that, don't you? No? Crafting material. This device, which fits in the palm of your hand, contains more knowledge than you could ever hope to comprehend. You may still find some use for it, though. The entity known as Ford sought to purge the corruption, thus he was permitted to travel the labyrinth, undisturbed by both Guardian and I, yet invariably we observed. Yeah, that's a thing. That's probably why we're being assaulted everywhere we go in here, because we're not supposed to be in here. That doesn't look great. That looks like a place that's corrupted. Maybe that's where the normal gate for Yeisha is, and since we kind of screwed up Yeisha, it's not so good no more. Now we're here. Okay. Yeah, this is this spot. Do I need to combine the cipher rod with the glowing thingy? And then I can... I'm pretty sure cipher rods were needed before. Like, obviously, I'm not going to be able to just use it now. I probably need to go back and talk to people.
What am I missing?
I haven't been up that staircase yet. So maybe there's another piece to the puzzle. This one's useless. This just leads around. But I'm just mapping it to make sure it's mapped. Yeah, we are definitely in a situation where subtlety is out the window. Hi. That was me slowly processing what it was that was in front of me. You only just now realized it's not looking good there, buddy? You only just now figured that one out? Damn it. I couldn't play keep away from him long enough on that one. That's the danger of me not having a proper healing relic anymore, which is why I was really on the fence with the swap I made. Now, is the big guy gonna be back again? Is the big guy a normal enemy? He sure is. He's right over there. I see him. But I know he's there now. There we go. Much better. That fucking parting shot Quake, though, really sucks. But I assume this is gonna be another piece that I need over here. Of course, it's not over yet. Why would it be over? It's over for them, though. Ooh, shard banded ring. I guess that's not something I need. Must be right. Must have been right the first time then? Or... no, this one just happens to be in the middle. Okay. Poke it with the thingy. Nope. Increases mod damage. Eh. I don't directly use my mods for damage. So that's not really an option. Not at the minute. Okay, so going up here was mostly pointless. It got me another ring, which is nice, but not a ring that I need right now. So let's go back to Ward 13. And hopefully somebody can make head or tail of what I need to be doing. If not, well, I'm not sure what they want me to do. Because, like, meta-knowledge I understand, and I think what I'm supposed to accomplish, I just don't know how to achieve that. I need to activate the pedestal to get to the next actual world.
What is it now? Alright, let's see what you've got.
Oh, the cipher rod is actually for a gun. So the thought I had was wrong. That makes a fancy handgun, and we got a fancy long rifle from killing the Ravager. So that's actually perfect. Go ahead and make me both of these things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Craft a boss weapon. Yay! Oh, acquire a world boss's alternative reward. I guess the primary reward would have been to actually kill the doe, because that's where the game was trying to push you. Let's test these toys. Well, that's neat. Just a chain lightning gun. I can get behind that. And this is, as I expected, a spike egg assault rifle. With some kind of, like, railgun sniping thing as its mod. So, definitely using this one. This might actually replace the machine gun. Especially since it also has bleed, and we have something that works off of bleed. Yeah, this. Gain 2 health regeneration per second when within 25 meters of something that's bleeding. And this definitely makes a lot of bleed. Ooh, those connect and go zip zap. Okay. I feel like I've gained a very significant power increase.
Maybe just need to go see Riggs. He
Hope you
probably
ain't causing trouble, stranger. More work for me. What you looking for?
Wanted to see if his shop updated.
Yeah, that'll do nicely.
And since it
Two-shot center
didn't,
mass and one to the head.
I'm going to assume either A, you need to make it to a full other world and Labyrinth doesn't count, or B, they don't update their shops and they're just going to be what they'll be, which would be the expected answer. Because you're meant to be using, like, boss weapons or things you find after the initial bit. Get a load of this freaky thing, though. Got lots of eyes on it. It's got a mustache. My gun's got a mustache, and I don't know how to feel. But if the answer to my mystery isn't here, I'm not sure what to do with the glowing thingy then. Because it wouldn't let me just use it on the pedestal, which is what I thought I was supposed to do. So it's used somewhere in the labyrinth. I just don't know where. Oh yeah, we now have adventure mode available, so I can, like, it basically lets you replay areas you've been repeatedly to get the seed you want, basically, because the areas that can show up are somewhat random. Like, there's a handful of options in each zone, basically, what dungeons and such show up. So if you want everything, you kind of have to redo. So it was saying that the exclamation point was over on this side, though. But I'm not going to keep on going, because I'd already said I was going to stop, and then I kept going regardless of that a bit, so... Let me go find us somewhere to be. Because otherwise I'm just going to keep going and keep going. And then there won't be any opportunity for me to, like, bring Xeno on or anybody else before I end up beating the damn game on my own, which is not what my intention was at any point. This was meant to be just a test bed, and do people want to see this? It's much like the whole situation with War Tales was. Now that both have been proven, now things will get worked out as far as that goes. And the better part of things is, having waited, more people have went on, and I'm seeing where I wish to go. Actually, I might have a very good opportunity here, based on a connection I made recently. Let me just check to see what their situation is right now. Nah. I won't follow that up right now. Why do I have to have so many options? I have too many options. Don't feel like raiding somebody who's doing Lethal Company today, because we did Lethal Company raid last time. So I'm not doing that again right now. So that helps narrow that out. So narrowing out Lethal Company lowers my numbers a lot, because a lot of people are still doing Lethal Company. Which is not a shock. That's really not a shock. Okay, I've narrowed it to 2. Coin, tell me which of the 2. Alright. Easy done. Going over there, then. Some of you may remember Rights Out from when I did Ember Knights a while ago at this point. But he's good people. Well, and he's playing Ultimate Chicken Horse, which is a game I keep wanting to drag people back into. So, it works double on that one. I don't know how much longer he's going. I think he came on after I did, so he's probably got a good bit of time left, but I don't know that for certain. All I know is he's not ending yet. So I'm going to roll with that idea. So, thank you all for taking the time to be here. Sorry I was kind of grumpy a bunch today. Sometimes shit just decides it wants to be a pain in the butt, and I didn't want it to bleed into this, but unfortunately a lot of it affects this, so brain remained connected to it. And then that Lament dungeon really did not make it any better. But that's neither here nor there. I'm probably going to be back with something different tomorrow, because I don't want to overdo it on this, and like I said, I want to see about doing this with people. So I need to work some stuff out with that, now that I know that it works. And yesterday wasn't just a fluke. As to what tomorrow will be, I don't know. Same with Monday and Tuesday, but again, as I do best, I'll figure things out. He good to writes, like I said, he's good people. I don't know his collab partners right now offhand. I don't recognize those PNGs, but I'm sure if he vouches for them, they're probably fine. So be good to all of them. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night, everybody. Oof.